Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us today. We've got 9 races on tap for all of you, 8 thoroughbred races, and we'll close the card with a nice quarter horse allowance stash over the 350 yards, 9 races in total. Main track is fast, and the turf course, that Caesars course, well, it's rated good, and the turf rail this week was set at 48 feet. Under partly cloudy skies here today in town, and it's warm and windy for the official race day forecast. Let's check in with the Weather Authority, Fox 59's Krista McEnany for a weather look at today's racing program here at the track. Krista?
Good afternoon. Another hot and humid day out of the track. We'll look at a high temperature near 90 late this afternoon with those feels like temperatures in the mid and upper 90s. Primarily dry, but we will have a few spotty showers around during the late afternoon and early evening hours. Better rain chances arrive late tonight into very early Friday morning. Enjoy the race.
All right, Krista, we'll certainly do that here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll enjoy our 9 races, enjoy the weather wall, and we'll see you again this weekend. We've got racing on Saturday for Silks and Roses for our only evening card of the year. Saturday, we kick off at 5:10 p.m. here in town, 2:10 p.m. post time today. Well, yesterday, like today, we had 9 races, and we had a couple of premier races yesterday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's go back in time and check those out. They were the 7th and 8th races, respectively, here on yesterday's card, and we started off with the Swifty-sired fillies. That led the premier handicap action yesterday, and this was just a terrific ride here by Luis Contreras on Spirited Justice, noting how had that outside post position, but Luis got the Spirited Justice right up near the pace. The daughter of Lantana Mob tracked, took the lead, and pulled away to a really nice victory here for trainer Tomas Medina. Greg and Kintley Justice, congratulations. It was Spirited Justice, good-looking winner yesterday of the Swifty-sired fillies, one of 2 premier races that was featured on the Wednesday card. Just about 30 minutes later, we had the boys in the spotlight. It was the Sagamore sired, and this was JR Shadow Boy. He was 3 for 3 coming in, but I'll tell you what, the favorite, JR Shadow Boy, was put right to the sword by Socorro's Prayer. Really took it to the favorite early on, but JR Shadow Boy once turned for home, put away that rival, Socorro's Prayer, and pulled away. Mr. T will get up into second. He was the 2025 Indiana Futurity winner, but what a horse this is. I mean, just laid it all on the line yesterday. JR Shadow Boy, that was Hannah Leahy riding for the winning trainer Joe Davis, and also Jimenez Racing Stable of Normando Jimenez. They have a very nice horse on their hands. It was a hot day yesterday, and JR Shadow Boy absolutely gave his all for his connections yesterday, and JR Shadow Boy made it 4 for 4 career-wise, taking out the Sagamore sired yesterday here at the track. Fernando de la Cruz leads the jockey standings going into our racing program here today. So Fernando's on top, 21 wins. Last year he took the title with 121, and of course 123-day meet here at the track, so still a long way to go to decide things. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., he's already a 3-time champion here in the Hoosier State. He has 17, and Alberto Burgos rounds out the top 3 as far as the jockeys go. Top riders here at the meet with 16. Randy Klopp, trainer side of the leaderboard, he's 3 up on John Harron, the score there, 2017. By the way, we mentioned 2 premier thoroughbred races yesterday. It was the Spirited Justice taking out the Swifty-sired fillies, and we showed you the undefeated JR Shadow Boy for Hannah Leahy winning the 2026 Sagamore sired. Very impressive quarter horse maiden juvenile winner yesterday. Remember this name, Malibu Ken, under jockey Danny Martinez, looked really impressive winning his debut. And for trainer Tony Cunningham, that marked his 998th career quarter horse victory. So we're keeping our eyes on a countdown quarter horse victories wise for Tony Cunningham. He saddled a really nice one yesterday under Danny Martinez as Malibu Ken took out that quarter horse maiden juvenile. Part of our live broadcast here today during the 6 o'clock hour, quarter horse racing expert Martha Clausen will be talking about the nice allowance quarter horse dash over the 350 to cap off the card here today, and undoubtedly Martha will have some very promising things to say about this quarter horse juvenile Malibu Ken after winning the finale yesterday. Contest wise, we love our contests here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we've got one for you today, both on track and online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Thursday, it's Exactamundo Thursdays all the way through July 16th. And today is week 6 of the contest. Select 4 horses in each of the 6 contest races. They are the 3rd through the 8th here at the track. Put the top horse first and try to hit the exactas and earn points. And all going to the top handicapper today with the most points with $100. And those points do roll on to the big finale here on Thursday, July 16th for that $1,500 top prize. Entries are due by 3:10. So again, not only if you're joining us here on track, free to sign up, First Floor OTB, and while you're there at the first floor, you can check out our new Railbirds gift shop open now on the first floor, and certainly sign up for today's Exactamundo Thursday contest. I mentioned after we wrap up our racing program here today, no live racing on Friday. We saw the forecast from Krista McEnany at the Weather Authority, Fox 59. We'll be back in action. Only one evening card here in 2026 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and that is this coming Saturday. The first race will be at 5:10 p.m. here in town. Looking forward to Saturday. It's an evening dedicated to ladies in races, Silks and Roses. So with our only nighttime program, we're going to have lots of activities, not only for the ladies, but the entire family really to enjoy throughout the night, including a chocolate station from Kilwins of Fishers, jewelry station by Rustic Charm of Nashville, Indiana. There'll be a flower cart, massage chairs, inflatables for the kids, face painting also for the young ones joining us here on Saturday night. There'll be contests for the horse players, premier gift giveaways, always popular from the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, and a silent auction on a jockey stack shoe. And that silent auction, by the way, all funds for this coming Saturday night's Silks and Roses will go to such a great cause, Indiana Women in Need. Make your reservations by calling 317-421-8801. That's the one evening card here this year at Horseshoe Indianapolis for 2026. Today we kick off at 2:10, and Saturday, as I mentioned, that 5:10 p.m. post time. But we start thinking as we get to the middle part of this month and the latter half of June, you start thinking about Independence Day, of course, Happy Birthday America 250, and all of those events around the country. But for us, I mean, we're talking about not only celebrating the 4th of July, but how about Boots and Brews? That'll be right there on Independence Day. You can grab your best cowboy hat and boots, as Racing Rachel always does so much giddy up in Racing Rachel on this day. It's Boots and Brews. First race post time will be at 12 o'clock. We can enjoy the free mechanical bull. I gave that a ride a couple of seasons ago, and I think I made it the 8 seconds, but then certainly found my way to the mat. But also Western Town Shootout, along with Bruce Specials, live entertainment from Joe Hess. We'll have a special $1,000 handicapping contest, Winner's Circle promotions, food trucks. Y'all know the drill. It's Boots and Brews. That'll be the 4th of July, and it's certainly for a good cause as well. Benefits the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. It's the PDJF Day, and we do it with Boots and Brews, and it's presented by the Indiana HPPA. Want to mention, as part of our 9-race program here today, we're part of America's Day at the Races. Fox Sports 2, you can check us out there if you just happen to be leaving the track a little early. Leg A and B, that'll be races 2 and 3 here from Horseshoe Indianapolis, and then the remaining legs, leg C, D, and E, those will be from Belmont at Aqueduct today. Fast track here and fast track also in New York. This point in the A block here on the pre-race show, Wire to Wire, we do like to thank all of our great sponsors along for the ride here with us at the track in 2026. Thanks to Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, also Breed Development, and Murphy Trailer Sales. They sponsor the Winner's Circle here at the track. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Also, B&H Electric, they've got a location in Shelbyville, Seymour, and in Bloomington, and they're on the web at bh-electric.com. Midwest Rancher, a sponsor of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Great to have you along with us. They're on the web at www.midwestrancher.com. 101 West Laurel Street there in Seymour if you'd like to check them out, or you can ring them up at 812-680-4204. And one more sponsor we'd like to note, Russ Hubler Ford. They've got their dealership there in Greensburg. They're also on the World Wide Web at russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-651-4615. Russ Hubler Automotive. Great to have them as a sponsor of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2026. And again, check out their dealership located there in Greensburg. You can always check us out on social media. Please do. You can reach out to me. I mentioned that we were part of America's Day at the Races, and Racing Rachel and I, of course, on site here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They've kicked off the card already at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. A few more weeks left there for the Big A before heading back upstate to Saratoga for racing during the summer before the new unveiling of Belmont Park in the fall of 2026. You've got Andy Sterling, Greg Wolf. They're covering the early portion of the card there in New York, along with the great Maggie Wolfendale. Certainly you can tune in to America's Day at the Races today on Fox Sports 2. Martha Clausen, as I mentioned, looking forward to hearing Martha's thoughts about that impressive quarter horse meet in Juvenile yesterday that debuted for Tony Cunningham, talking about Malibu Ken. Martha will be along with her thoughts before the 6:15 finale. Nice quarter horse allowance dasher with a 350 to close us out today. And Brian Aragoni, this is the A block. We got the B block coming up in a short time from right now. You can reach out to Brian, of course, every day on X at Mr. B Analyst. And track-wise, we've got you covered as well. There on social media, on X, of course, the former Twitter at HS Indy Racing. Been X for a few years now, and also Instagram on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We've been picking up a lot of subscribers, and we certainly appreciate that on YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Now 35 minutes away from the first of the day, and we had Krista McEnany give us the official race day forecast for our 9-race program here today with 8 thoroughbred races, and I mentioned the quarter horse allowance dash to cap off the card at 6:15. Once again, just to recap, main track is fast, and the Caesars course is rated good. Turf rail this week on the turf course was set at 48 feet. Quick time out here on this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns. We know it as the B block. It's Brian Aragoni with a look at the 50-cent early pick 5 right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to the all-male B block here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Wire to Wire. Great job to John G. Dooley laying out the week and the events ahead here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got another great card. Thankful to be on a good turf course. Many tracks around the country have just become accustomed to running on firm or off. Thankful here that we will run on good, if not yielding, here as well. We've got plenty of rail settings as well to utilize to our advantage. 48 feet, some big fields today. If you're looking for that horseshoe hat trick, it does kick off in race 5, as does the Itoba pick 4, in race 5, along with that horseshoe hat trick. But let's take a look at the first 5 races in here. Early pick 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day. I'm going to play against your current favorite right now in this race, Little Mug, 7-5. Anna Navarrete, that barn's just been, they haven't had the best racing luck, frankly. Past 5 months, been a little bit chilly. 1 win in 26 starts for them. So I'm not going to certainly bank on the second win coming at 7-5 today. I'm going to need a little bit higher of a price before I see that barn heat out. So we're going to go 1, 4, and 5. I think Mr. Positivity is a horse who's been training okay over at Ellis. Get some class relief. Maybe the races were a little bit salty at Ellis, so they ship where they can win and be competitive. You've also got Thousands of Hopes, who I thought might be go off favorite in here. It is a short turnaround, only 9 days rest off of 2 impressive wins. The Indiana bred in here now does have to take on Open Company, and then also Special Creed, another Indiana bred in here who's been at the allowance level, getting a ton of class relief in here. And I think there's barns that go on hot and cold streaks and swings and things like that. Michelle Elliott's team is just too good to be at 2%. That's just misleading. They're certainly going to get up there, and I expect when the wins do start coming in, they're going to come in hot and heavy. Right now, only 1 for 42, but does have 13 second and third place finishes. So a lot of close finishes for the Elliott gang, and I am positive that they are going to be rolling in the dough here shortly with a couple of wins, and this horse could get it started. Second start off the layoff, from allowance to claiming in here. But you do have 2 Indiana breds against open competition in here. I think they deserve a look, even though Special Creed hasn't won in the last 2 years. But Mr. Positivity is sneaky, lightly raced 3-year-old who's been training over at Ellis Park with Fernando de la Cruz. I think that horse is being overlooked at 4-1. The 2 is, race 2, we do kick off that early pick 4, 15% takeout scratch, the 1 and 3. 1 and 3. Save My Town was not on that original scratches as well. So 1 and 3 in here. And this is going to be a race in which we single. It's a 2-horse race on paper, the 4 and the 5. Now, we don't run the races on paper. Oftentimes it does play out how it looks on paper. I think Hard Luck Prayer took advantage of a very easy lead last time out, and the final time did come back insanely fast, 137.88. First time going around 2 turns, got an easy lead, and just kind of skipped away. Has won 3 in a row. All of a sudden going through the conditions very impressively. Hard Luck Prayer is going to be tough, but there's other speed in here. There's other horses that want to be on the engine. Mystic Justice is going to show good speed. What now? Daddy has speed. For me, it's just ultimately Gin and Whiskey with Thomas Medina as he takes over for Nicholas Smith. It's Nicholas Smith's first time as an owner under Thomas Medina that I can tell. So I'm sure the Medina gang would love to get them in the winner's circle at first asking, as DeVaris Douglas had this horse under his guidance last season, but should get a great trip in here. Yes, they're off of a long layoff, but this horse is stakes tested, in fact, stakes placed. Chased home Rapid Justice, Serbaji here as well, ran on closing day, got the job done that day. As the favorite, I think Gin and Whiskey, if ready to rock and roll at first asking off of the layoff, is going to do big things in here. Has recently been gelded as well, but I'd like to see a horse who didn't switch owners, switch trainers, that's fine. And then Thomas Medina, he had a state handicap winner yesterday, and he can certainly have a horse ready to roll off of a long layoff. In fact, it's one of many things that their team excels at, over 30% off of layoffs like this, going to single, Gin, and Whiskey. Race number 3 is up on that turf course for the first of 4 times today. In fact, 50% of our thoroughbred races are all going to be on the turf. I think this is a great betting opportunity here. I'm going to go 2, 4, 5, and 6. I am playing against Brad Cox on the outside. That's a horse that clearly wants to be on the turf, did dominate on the dirt here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but since then, yes, I recognize that Kentucky Downs and the fairgrounds are more challenging against winners, but this horse really I thought was the real deal on the debut. I mean, it was super impressive at a monster run. Then they ran into Kentucky Downs. Opening day on Kentucky Downs is no easy task. Ran third, beat home 7 other horses, ran third again, beating home 8 other horses at Kentucky Downs. And then this fall, I'm just not sure really progressed. I mean, down at the fairgrounds over this winter, 5th place finishes back-to-back. Now on the turf, I think Collective Beauties will play against, but monitor the tote board in here. La Puma was certainly an impressive runner last time out. Fancy Fascinator, the Red Hot Summer Pauly. She's been winning races all over the country. In fact, last week she won at another track, came over to Horseshoe Indianapolis and won here. Cuda Cootie, that's another one to monitor the tote board. 3-1 morning line in Arkansas bred that Aaron West does very well. First time turf, and this is a horse they tried in a stakes race on the synthetic. Didn't really run the race there. Not sure if it was the class or the synthetic. I just don't see any turf for Cuda Cootie. I know in Arkansas bred, it makes sense to try him on the turf just to see what they have. However, I just don't see any turf breeding. Neither the sire nor the mare has produced a turf winner yet. And I'm going to need a lot more than 3-1 if I'm banking on a first for both the sire and the mare. A race that we will spread, but maybe not use who you expect. 2, 4, 5, and 6, fading the 3 and the 8. Race number 4 back on that main track also kicks off today's late flyer 5, 11.99% takeout. 2, 4, 5, and 7 in here. Race that I'm not overly comfortable with truly anyone. I am not using the even money shot When you're 5 years old, you've heard me say it once, and I'll say it 1,000 more times before the end of the meet. If you're a 5-year-old maiden, you will not be on my ticket. That's one guarantee I have, regardless of what the form looks like, regardless of the excuses. At 5 years old, you won't be on my ticket if you're still a maiden. If you win, and we have seen it plenty of times, there's been plenty of 0 for 20s or 0 for 21s come home to score, and some of them have been fairly impressive. It's not for me. Always wishing Shauna Martin the best. Her and her team, Mitch Merle, going to be aboard. On paper, it does look like Officer Gamble is strictly the horse to beat, but this is a horse who had a perfect trip last time out, and I just don't really think wants to win. Chased home gamely back on April 15th, sprinting, tried the turf, was very wide throughout, ultimately couldn't get the distance that day, and then last time bet down to favoritism, has been favored 3 straight times this year and has burned all the people's money betting the chalk. Just had a perfect trip and just could not push past. Would not be surprised if Officer Gamble does win. It's a little bit of a stab on the horses I'm using. I don't have a ton of conviction. I know God and Luck certainly ran evenly last time and lost willingly to Officer Gamble that day, but the blinkers go on, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. And then the other 3 horses, as simple as dropping from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. I like that Shaggy in this city only has 1 start, draws the eye of one of our leading riders in Fernando de la Cruz for Bob Klein, getting Lasix for the first time. And then Rockstar Justice and Kramer have shown truly nothing at the maiden special weight level, but sometimes nothing at the maiden special weight level is better than horses that have been at the claiming level for a long time. 2, 4, 5, and 7 as we lean into some old handicapping things that I just refuse to let go of, and will continue to do so. 2, 4, 5, and 7 playing against the even money shot. Race number 5, we're on that turf course, a mile and a 16th in here. Scratch number 11 out of this event leaves us with a field of 10. Kicks off today's $1 horseshoe hat trick as well. Another great betting race. This might be the best betting race of the card. I think it's completely wide open. There's some sneaky horses that I don't want to leave off. You may have overlooked Moonlight Girl for Joshua Romero and James Egbert. This horse gets the blinkers on, has yet to hit the board in 9 tries, but the mare was all turf. Trainer is 1 for 20 on the turf, but hasn't started all that many. This horse ran well last time, took up at the start, closed in on the rail. I think 10-1, that horse is going to drift up and be potentially a separator. You've also got Dreaming Bonita. The trainer's 2 for 4 on the turf. Casares, he doesn't have the biggest stable or anything like that. He's winning at 22%, but he's won 50% of his races. I know it's a small sample size, but 2 for 4, drawing the eye of Fernando de la Cruz. You certainly have my attention. We will also throw in Tony Granitz's 4-year-old filly, Beautiful Esther, for Joe Ramos. This is a horse who took some action on debut. 8-horse field, went off at 2-1. Ultimately, it wasn't probably the most talented group, but this is a horse who's a half to Silent Sonata, who is all turf. And ultimately, this horse, even though they were the only first-time starter in that race on May 7th, they wanted to be on the turf. They stayed in. They got some experience under their belt. They took some action. And as the only first-time starter, that's always a tall task to overcome. The 5, once more, wouldn't blame you if you love this horse. This horse ran in a unique race, went off at 90-1, and it was raining during the race. It was pouring during the race. Had a perfect trip. It was a big effort, nice gallop out, big try. Just wasn't sure how strong this field was. It wasn't visually impressive. That's kind of one of the ones where you close your eye, just kind of look, see who won it, a blanket finish, 90-1. Now second-time turf this season, could be any sort. Would not be surprised if once more takes a ton of action when it's all said and done. You've got Golden Creek for Mike Lauer, Mitch Merle in here. The mare was winless in 5 tries on the turf. This is the first full. Has run a couple of okay races on the dirt. Will play against Haziel, another 5-year-old, another maiden, 0 for 11. Wouldn't be surprised if this horse beats me. In fact, I've needed Haziel many a time. So she's disappointed me in the past, and she could disappoint me again today if she knocks me out of both the early pick 5, as well as the late fire 5, as well as the early pick 4, as well as the Itoba pick 5. It wouldn't be a surprise, and frankly, it would be fitting if Haziel did that, because I've needed this horse in big spots many a times in the past. And then Hotline Iris. Follow the tote board on her for Bob Dobbs. Gets Lasix for the first time. The mare never hit the board in 5 tries on the turf. But the lone sib might be a horse you know. Chicory Blaze. Not only stakes place, but a stakes winner, both on dirt as well as on turf. A winner of the snack handicap as well is Chicory Blaze. So the lone sibling, a perfect 1 for 1 on the turf. A horse who took action, in fact, bet down to favoritism twice as a 2-year-old. This horse could run off the page today, or maybe not at all, but they never really wanted to try the turf last season. They'll try the turf this season. Could be any sort. Hotline Iris one you certainly want to follow the tote board, but I think that horse could be a runaway winner in this spot. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8, as we have an excellent betting opportunity today all through the day. 9 races, 8 thoroughbreds, 4 of them on that good turf course with some of the nation's lowest horizontal takeout. You can't win it if you're not in it, so start capping.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, 9-carded under partly cloudy skies through the upper 80-degree range. Main track is fast, and the turf course, we're on the turf rated good. The turf rail this week on the Caesars course was set at 48 feet. Main track fast. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 9 on tap. And the first sprint opener starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card with no scratches and no rider changes. These overweights. 3 Dreaming Smart plus 3 pounds. Number 4 Thousands of Hopes, 1 pound over. And the 7 Poetic Words plus 2 pounds in the sprint. The second race daily starts the $1 early pick 4. Here scratch the 1 Save My Town and the 3 Happiest Moment. There'll be no superfecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch the 1 and the number 3. 5 Hard Luck Prayer is 1 pound over. And the 7 What Now Daddy plus 2 pounds. In the third, first of those on the turf course, rated good, rail at 48 feet, scratch number 7 L's Dancer. Number 7 L's Dancer has been scratched. 2 Stormy Paradise, a change of jockey to Luis Contreras. Won yesterday's Swifty sired fillies. Luis Contreras today rides the 2 Stormy Paradise in the turf dash. 1 Barb's Vortex, add 2 pounds to the program weight. Course good. On to the fourth we go. Here are the starts of the 50-cent late fire 5. No scratches, no rider changes. 3 Biker, add 1 pound to the program weight. Makes it there now 114 corrected. On to race 5 we go. This starts the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 6, and 8. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Part of the wagering menu. And in the maiden turf, scratch the also eligible 11 Lavish Justice. Was an also eligible. Scratch 11 Lavish Justice. Number 1 Moonlight Girl is 1 pound over. The maiden turf first leg of the $1 late pick 4. Daily presented by Itoba. Course good and rail at 48 feet as noted. Turning to the sixth. Here in the maiden turf. Scratch the in the sixth race. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 I'll Stop Talking. 12 Crown of Violence. 13 Mariposa Moon and the 14 On Deary. Scratch the also eligibles. No rider changes. Number 3 Little Bit of Sugar. 1 pound over. In the seventh race, from the sprint, take out the 3 Illini and the 7 Neon Leon. Scratch the blue 3 and the 7. Race 8 of 9. And 1 of 4 on the turf course. Here scratch the also eligibles. 11 Great Sword and 12 American Wind. They were also eligibles. Scratch 11 and the 12. In the body, a jockey change for 9 Kick-a-Buck to Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides the 9 Kick-a-Buck. The 10 come out tonight, 1 pound over. And in the ninth, quarter horse allowance dash over the 350. Fast track for it. No scratches, 1. Jess New, the jockey Edgar Diaz, rides 1 Jess New. 2 HF Firecracker, 2 pounds over. 3 Prime for Encore, and 5 pounds. 6 API That Dove, 4 over. And 9 Mr. Blood Carver, 5 pounds over the program weight. There a look at the changes and corrections on our racing program. 9 on tap. Partly cloudy, upper 80s, main track fast, and again the Caesars course rated good. Turf rail set at 48 feet. Horses in the walking ring for the sprint opener, due off in 10 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, also for your information, in the 6th race, the maiden turf, one more scratch from the 6th race to be noted. Number 8, Double Bypass, has been scratched by Walter Bidner. That's in the 6th race, maiden turf at 4:45. 6th race, also take out the 8, Double Bypass, has been scratched. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Sprint opener over the 6 furlongs with a field of 7. All 7 run. Couple of overweights. 3 Dreaming Smart plus 3 pounds. 4 Thousands of Hopes, 1 pound over. All 7 run. Race 1 of 9 with Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles pick 3s and the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here. Main track fast, turf course good. The turf rail on the Caesars course set at 48 feet this week. Fast track for the sprint. Due up soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Mr. Positivity, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 21 wins here this season. Mr. Positivity, the first of 7 to move into line. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Thousands of Hopes, winner of his last 2. Top of the card over the 6 furlongs. Thousands of Hopes has joined Mr. Positivity. Alberto Burgos with Mike Cyclone, Special Creed. Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance with 71 career wins. Joseph Romero, Dreaming Smart Loaded. Alexander Crispin with Bill Muggs. One more. Mir Mendoza with Poetic Words, Hello to All. Main track fast here and in New York. America's Day at the Races, they're in the gate. Going running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Dreaming Smart was fast away. Here's Special Creed with the white dots on the black sleeves, and Special Creed has taken a short lead for Jose Gutierrez, just leading the dash from Dreaming Smart second at the inside by 4. Lil Muggs, got another peg in class, tracks them from third for Alexander Crispin, while Mr. Positivity holds the rail running in 4th. Mike Cyclone in 5th. Thousands of Hopes in a red cap is second to last and wide. Poetic Words trails here and the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.08 seconds. 3 furlongs to go, and Special Creed spearheads them. It's Special Creed who leads around the far turn and has widened. Special Creed 6 lengths in front now on the edge of the quarter pole from Lil Muggs, who now gains second. Dreaming Smart showed speed but has dropped back. Mike Cyclone a 2-wide bid. On the far outside, Poetic Words in a white cap around Thousands of Hopes. And Mr. Positivity is last. Special Creed led for home. Half mile 44.59 seconds. Bill Muggs now descends on Special Creed and got him. Coming past the 16th with Alexander Crispin. It's Lil Muggs. And Little Muggs strides away to best Special Creed by 6. Mike Cyclone third and Poetic Words finish 4th. $109.34 seconds. Fast track for the $25,000 platers. Non-winners at 2. 109.34. 6.527 unofficial. 6 Lil Muggs at 2-1 was first. Number 5 Special Creed at 4-1 was tracked down. 2 Mike Cyclone at 11-1 third. And 7 Poetic Words at 21-1 getting into the frame for 4th. Lil Muggs. Got another peg in class here. Alexander Crispin for Anna Navarrete, son of Upstart, puts up 109.34 in our first of the day. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winter Circle, it's unofficial. The 6th, Lil Muggs with Alexander Crispin. Lil Muggs is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Upstart. And the Badge of Silver Mare, Sea Island Surprise, and a Navarrete trains. For breeder owner, Lillian Wayne. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lil Muggs. Now the stewards have called for an inquiry into the first of the day concerning the backstretch run. It's unofficial, 6527. The Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards calling for an inquiry into the backstretch run of the sprint. Hold all. There was a review of the backstretch run. These stewards making no change to the running order. Inquiry withdrawn. The result of the first race official. First results in 6-5 exacta, paid $25.60, 50-cent trifecta, 652, $30.60. Poetic Words was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 6527, paid $44.08. First of the day, all 7 ran, 109.34. 26 minutes away from race 2. In the next, scratch 1, Save My Town. 3, Happiest Moment. 1 and 3 both have been scratched. 5, Hard Luck Prayer is a pound over. The 7, What Now, Daddy? 2 pounds over. There'll be no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta. Exacta trifecta, the start of another rolling double. 50-cent pick 3, races 2, 3, and 4. First leg of the $1 early pick 4. Also noting, today, Horseshoe Indianapolis teaming with Belmont at Aqueduct for the 50-cent cross-country pick 5. 15% takeout. Race 2, Fast Track, is the first leg A, of the 50-cent cross-country pick 5 with Naira. Here, main track fast, turf course good, rail at 48 feet. Post MLB at 248 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers on the 50-cent cross-country pick 5 early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the day. Hope you had a bet on Lil Muggs. Staying at the races, they're in the gate. Going running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Dreaming Smart was fast away. Here's Special Creed with the white dots on the black sleeves, and Special Creed has taken a short lead for Jose Gutierrez, just leading the dash from Dreaming Smart second at the inside by 4. Lil Muggs, down another peg in class, tracks them from third for Alexander Crispin, while Mr. Positivity holds the rail running in fourth. Mike Cyclone in fifth. Thousands of Hopes in a red cap is second to last and wide. Poetic Words trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.08 seconds. 3 furlongs to go, and Special Creed spearheads them. It's Special Creed who leads around the far turn and has widened. Special Creed 6 lengths in front now on the edge of the quarter pole from Lil Muggs, who now gains second. Dreaming Smart showed speed but has dropped back. Mike Cyclone a 2-wide bid. On the front outside, Poetic Words in a white cap around Thousands of Hopes. And Mr. Positivity is last. Special Creed led for home. Half mile 44.59 seconds. Lil Muggs now descends on Special Creed and got him. Coming past the 16th with Alexander Crispin. It's Lil Muggs. And Lil Muggs strides away to best Special Creed by 6. Mike Cyclone third and Poetic Words finish fourth.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Has never been a better time to be a part of the Indiana Bred program. If you have ever wanted to own a thoroughbred racehorse, now is the time. We have had so many good Indiana breds in the state. Just to name a few, Sir Bahi, Itoba sales graduate, has earned over $358,000. Corningstone has earned $979,000. And the average cost of a thoroughbred at our sale is $9,000. If you've ever thought you'd like to be a part of the Sport of Kings, go to itoba.com for more information or email info.itoba@gmail.com. Good luck.
Little Muggsy gets Team Navarrete on the class drop, their second win in as many months. So Little Muggsy comes home to score at 2-1 today, shipping in, getting a ton of class relief as well, cutting that claiming price in half. But Little Muggsy goes to the winner in our opener here. We've still got 7 more races, 4 more on the turf. We do kick off today's early pick 4, just 10 minutes away. Scratch numbers 1 and 3 out of this event. Now, on paper, it looks like a 2-horse race between Hard Luck Prayer, who's become a win machine after losing the first 3 of the career, 3 in a row, and Gin and Whiskey, a 4-year-old chestnut who's looking for win number 4, recently underwent the ultimate equipment change by being gelded. Nicholas Smith has switched hands as well. He's made a change from DeVaris Douglas over to Thomas Medina off of a win last season on closing day in which they were favored. A couple of nice placings in some stakes races going around 2 turns. And Thomas Medina, he had a winner in our handicap race yesterday. He looks for a winner right here, and it would be awesome for Team Medina to get a win for Mr. Smith. First time out for them as they have a new business venture together. Sammy Bermudez should be familiar with this 4-year-old as he was aboard the last 5 starts, 2 of those being third-place finishes and some very nice handicaps here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, including the Unreachable Star and the Itoba Stallion handicap as well. So Gin and Whiskey should get a great pace setup if ready to go at first asking. The layoff is a concern, but Medina does excel off of long layoffs, winning it over 31%. There's some other speed that Hard Luck Prayer is going to have to contend with. Mystic Justice should be fresh on the stretch out, a horse who's done his best running on the front end, as is What Now Daddy, another horse stretching out who looks like one way to go on paper. So I'm banking that someone's going to keep Hard Luck Prayer company up top, but Hard Luck Prayer is in very good form. The 5-horse is a 3-year-old gelding who's gone through the conditions lickety-split. Wasn't showing an affinity for speed out of the gate at 2 years old, but certainly figured it out both mentally and physically at 3. This is a horse who ran nearly on opening week here and was in a good position, won at almost 6-1, closing well, galloping out well, took on winners at the allowance level yet again and stayed on, just kept finding, kept digging, did show an ability to track if needed, and then last time out was just much the best. It was a horse stretching out. Breeding didn't suggest more distance was going to be a good thing. However, Bob Gorham does what he does, and first time route he wins at 18%, and that number ticked up after that May 18th race because it was an impressive win. Now, Hard Luck Prayer was a beneficiary of an easy pace. They just kind of walked the dog. I thought I was watching a New York turf race. They went 24-3, 48-3, almost 113 for a good field in there. He was certainly the beneficiary of a dreamy trip that day. Now, it could be much the same. Maybe he's just going in the right direction, and he's a good thing. He's certainly going to be bet like he is. He will be heavily favored in this spot. DRF projections have him as low as 2-5, and that could be legitimate in here. But Hard Luck Prayer going for 4 in a row, strictly the horse to beat, potentially not the horse to bet. How about a horse like What Now Daddy for John Heron in here? The Heron gang's been clicking on all cylinders, winning at 17%. Micah Meeks winning at 20% as well. Heron both owns and trains this 4-year-old who's got 2 wins from 12 starts. Ultimately, a horse who's shown speed, hasn't shown much finish. In fact, since being claimed for $20,000 from Randy Klopp, each race kind of looks similar. Has the lead, duels for the lead, fades. Now, they've all been protected. They've all been at a higher class level. In fact, the only time this horse was dipped in for a tag was when they were nabbed for $20,000. Since then, have run protected as they will today. They've tried a little bit of everything. They've tried sprinting. They've tried going long. Maybe if the 5 doesn't break, all of a sudden What Now Daddy could be your lone leader. I will say they'll have a tactical advantage. They're drawn to the outside. They should be allowed to just sit right off the hip of your favorite in Hard Luck Prayer, but we'll see how it shakes out. 5-1 would certainly be a separator in your early pick 4, but on paper it certainly looks like a match race between Hard Luck Prayer, the speed, and Gin and Whiskey, the one you have to be looking for in the lane. No matter how you play it, certainly wish you the best of luck as we are 7 minutes away from race 2 at the Shoe.
The horses call post right now for the second race. This race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 5. Scratch 1, Save My Town, and 3, Happiest Moment. There's no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta here. Scratch the 1 and the blue 3. No rider changes. Couple of overweights reported. Overweights, the 5 Hard Luck Prayer plus a pound. The 7 Bud Now Daddy, 2 over. Exacted trifecta, double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. If you're just joining or tuning in, main track fast and the turf course rated good. Turf rail on the Caesars course was set at 48 feet this week. Main track fast, 2 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start here, the $1 early pick 4. First leg of the 50-cent cross-country pick 5. Legs C, D, and E from Belmont at Aqueduct. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Jose Gutierrez with Penitent. First of the 5 to take his position within the starting gate. Simmer Bermudez with Gin and Whiskey has joined Penitent. 3 to 5 on Hard Luck Prayer. Andres Aloha for Bob Gorham. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Hard Luck Prayer went in well. That leaves 2 back. Amir Mendoza with Mystic Justice. Facing up to the gate at 16 to 1 odds. One more. What Now Daddy? Micah Meeks claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance with 17 career wins. Second of the day, it's leg A of the cross country pick 5. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hard Luck Prayer away alertly. On the outside, here comes this early bid by What Now Daddy with a white cap, and Mystic Justice also right there. Andres Aloha takes back Hard Luck Prayer third as they make this first turn run. 7 furlongs to go. First run of the year for Gin and Whiskey, who's second to last, and Penitent trails. As these Indiana breds go to the back of the track, it's What Now Daddy. Opens up an early 5-length advantage over Mystic Justice, who follows the leader. Hard Luck Prayer is running in third. Break a 6 more to Gin and Whiskey running in fourth, and Penitent remains last to the 5. The opening quarter for the 16 to 1 frontrunner. What Now Daddy? Clock 23.05 seconds. What Now Daddy leads them to a half mile out. Mystic Justice continues to track. Andres Aloha and a Hard Luck Prayer gallops along in third. While 3 clear from Gin and Whiskey, in turn another 7 lengths back. Penitent being asked to pick up now from last. A half mile for What Now Daddy. 47.35 seconds. They have 3 furlongs to go. It's What Now Daddy as Mystic Justice starts the game for Amir Mendoza. So on the outside, Mystic Justice, the first to attack What Now Daddy, who's second under pressure. Hard Luck Prayer gains on the outside. Gin and Whiskey in fourth, and Penitent is another burrow away. They turn for home. It's Mystic Justice, top of the stretch. 3/4 1 at 11.49 seconds. Toward the rail for Amir Mendoza. Mystic Justice has 4 lengths to hold and a 16 to do so. Hard Luck Prayer continues to come hard, but it's still Mystic Justice. Hard Luck Prayer. Gin and Whiskey's third. What Now Daddy fourth. Mystic Justice is safe at home. A length to spare over Hard Luck Prayer. Gin and Whiskey finished third. $140.99. 6-5-4-7 in an upset. So the first leg of the cross-country pick 5 has gone to 27 to 1-6. Mystic Justice first. At 1 to 9-5, Hard Luck Prayer. Win streak snapped at 3. For Gin and Whiskey, 3 to 1/3 in his first run of the year. And at 16 to 1-7, What Now Daddy gets into the frame. There was no superfecta featured. We trailed back to Penitent. Mystic Justice, son of Maximus Mischief. Amir Mendoza for Gennaro Garcia. And there he is at 27 to 1 odds. The upset of race 2 is official. Result confirmed by the judges, 6-5-4. Mystic Justice has beaten home Hard Luck Prayer and Gin and Whiskey. Official after race 2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 6, Mystic Justice. Apprentice Amir Mendoza with his 40th career win. Well done, Amir. Mystic Justice is a 3-year-old bank gelding by Maximus Mischief and a Super Stacy by Super Saver for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this $56.60 paying off winner, Mystic Justice. Results after race 2. 6-5 Exacta paid $97.60. Gin and Whiskey was third, making his first run of the year. 50-cent trifecta, 6-5-4 paid $40.90. The early double, combining Little Mugs with Mystic Justice, 6-6, paid $158.40. There was no superfecta featured. Race 2, 1 and 3 were the non-runners. Favorite second, 5 ran, 140.99 seconds. 24 minutes away from the third. The first of 4 today on the turf course rated good. Turf rail at 48 feet. In the Distaff Turf Sprint, scratch the 7 L's Dancer. Number 7 L's Dancer has been scratched to Stormy Paradise, a jockey change to Luis Contreras. Luis Contreras on 2 Stormy Paradise. 1 Barb's Vortex add 2 pounds to the program weight. Again, the 7 is a non-starter. Exacta trifecta superfecta double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:22. And they're off. Hard Luck Prayer away alertly. On the outside, here comes this early bid by What Now Daddy with a white cap, and Mystic Justice also right there. Andres Aloha takes back Hard Luck Prayer third as they make this first turn run. 7 furlongs to go. First run of the year for Gin and Whiskey, who's second to last, and Penitent trails. As these Indiana breds go to the back of the track, it's What Now Daddy. Opens up an early 5-length advantage over Mystic Justice, who follows the leader. Hard Luck Prayer is running in third. Break a 6 more to Gin and Whiskey running in fourth, and Penitent remains last to the 5. The opening quarter for the 16-1 frontrunner. What Now Daddy? Clock 23.05 seconds. What Now Daddy leads them to a half mile out. Mystic Justice continues to track. Andres Aloha and a Hard Luck Prayer gallops along in third, while 3 clear from Gin and Whiskey. In turn, another 7 lengths back. Penitent being asked to pick up now from last. A half mile for What Now Daddy. 47.35 seconds. They have 3 furlongs to go. It's What Now Daddy as Mystic Justice starts the game for Amir Mendoza. So on the outside, Mystic Justice, the first to attack What Now Daddy, who's second under pressure. Hard Luck Prayer gains on the outside. Gin and Whiskey in fourth, and Penitent is another burrow away. They turn for home. It's Mystic Justice, top of the stretch. 3/4 1 at 11.49 seconds. Toward the rail for Amir Mendoza. Mystic Justice has 4 lengths to hold and a 16 to do so. Hard Luck Prayer continues to come hard, but it's still Mystic Justice. Hard Luck Prayer, Gin and Whiskey's third. What Now Daddy fourth. Mystic Justice is safe at home. A length to spare over Hard Luck Prayer. Gin and Whiskey finished third. Well, hello again from the broadcast booth with 14 minutes to post time for our first turf race of the day. It's Thursday, so today's Dooley's Data takes a look at wagering for the 2026 race meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis thus far. Fresh off a record-setting year last fall for all-time wagering, Horseshoe Indianapolis is at it again with strong support from handicappers across North America and beyond. Through the first 29 racing programs here in town, including a day cut short by cancellation, there have been 23 $2 million plus handle days, and of that count, 5 have brought in handle of $3 million or greater. And the sole all-quarter horse day brought in the third largest quarter horse handle in history with a $1.121 million day on Saturday, May 30th. A special thank you on this edition of Dooley's Data to all in the simulcast world who are watching and wagering on our racing programs from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Cheers!
Well, when a trainer enters into and scratches one of them out, maybe why run two when one will do? And that could have been the case there for Gennaro Garcia. I can't remember the last time he won at Horseshoe Indianapolis, paying $56 in a small field. Clearly, your top two choices were overbet in there. And why run two and one will do played true. Save My Town was also entered for Gennaro. He knew what he had in Mystic Justice. Amir Mendoza saved just enough, and all of a sudden, a $56 horse kicks off that early pick four. Moving along, rolling daily doubles. Pick threes offered in the upcoming turf event. Scratch number 7, Ellie's Dancer, a 5-furlong sprint in here forthcoming. And I'm going to go long shot hunting in here. I think Fancy Fascinator has an opportunity to sneak away on the front end. Miss Summer Pauly's been red hot. She had a riding double here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Not only did she have a double, she also picked up a win over at Belterra. The 5-year-old mare, Fancy Fascinator's certainly quick, and I think she's going to love the turf. Now, she has tried the turf in the past. She's got 1 second to her name. She's run very well on the synthetic. I do view those as interchangeable. I thought she was outrun early in her last race in a tough spot. She ran against some very good ones. Spirited Justice just came back as an Indiana bred to win a handicap race last night. Fat Chance is a horse who's in very good form. She ran into another Indiana bred in Hot Middles the time before. And anyone who can outfoot Hot Middles and some of the others in there and only lose by a half length, I certainly have respect for. Now, can her game translate to the turf? That's yet to be seen. She has won 2 races on the synthetic, and I think she's just a speed play for me in here. She's going to have to deal with Cuda Cootie, the Archie bred, but I don't anticipate that horse is going to love the turf, but the bettors clearly disagree with me. They're currently at 8-5, but I like that this horse is drawn from the outside. You've got a rider who seemingly is very good at getting horses out of the gate. She still carries out 5-pound weight allowance as well, despite winning nearly 30 races this season and 18% around the country. We'll see if Fancy Fascinator can upset the apple cart in here at 11-1. The 6 is Nelson's Penny. Declan Cannon going to be aboard. This 3-year-old filly by Munnings, who's won 1 race. Hasn't hit the board in any of the others. Previously trained by Thomas Amos. Now goes to Mr. Kinnon, who's taken over the stable for Mr. Amos thanks to his retirement. They must have thought highly of this one because they did debut over at Saratoga. They also went to the Keeneland Fall Meet. They ultimately got the maiden breaking score in a nice race at the fairgrounds. I just think there's upside for one reason and one reason only. That last trip was not very good. I know it was a stretch out. I know it was Churchill Downs. It was a tough spot. They were 17-1, so they weren't expecting all that much. The race came back live. They did have significant trouble. They had trouble at the start. Then they were ultimately in between horses and kind of got checked, bumped around, and it was just a throwaway race. And if you draw a line through that race, I don't think it has anything to do with the changing of the hands training at all. I think maybe a little bit too far. In a tough spot, they get back to sprinting, and they get a lot of class relief today. This will be the easiest field that Nelson's Penny's ever been up against, and I think there's certainly upside in here, 5-1, but projected to go off nearly double that right now at 12-1. The 5 is La Puma, another Kentucky-bred 3-year-old filly by Not This Time, who's lightly raced, only making start number 5 today. 1 win from 3 tries on the turf. Her last win came here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She shipped in from Keeneland, second start off of a layoff, got some class relief. She was away maybe a half step slowly, but then she really finished up well. She came home quickly. She had a good turn of foot. She showcased that she certainly got some talent. She absolutely appreciated the relief. She is going up in class today against winners for the first time, but she ran like the real deal last time. She took some action. She went off at 2-1 in a 9-horse field, and she came home fairly easily. She's been given a month since that last race. She is going up in class, but Sanger sticks around, and he was aboard that maiden breaking score as well. La Puma certainly has upside anywhere near 3-1. I think this horse has a good opportunity to go back-to-back, but I'm all about Fancy Fascinator and Ed Moger playing Catch Me If You Can on the front end, but the bettors are telling me I'm absolutely wrong, and frankly, it wouldn't be the first time or the last time. You only have to ask my wife. I'm wrong every day with most decisions. But this 3-year-old filly, bred in the great state of Arkansas, they don't have a turf course. There's not a lot of turf breeding over there. Neither the sire nor the mare of your current favorite has produced a turf winner. And this is not the first one to try, but could be the first one to come home the winner. And right now, the bettors are saying Cuda Cootie is the real deal. Aaron West does excel with horses trying the turf for the first time. He wins at 17% first-time turf. I just don't see the turf breeding, and I am certainly not going to settle for 8-5 on a horse trying to do something neither the sire nor the mare have done. We'll see if Cuda Cootie proves me wrong for Terry Stevens and Aaron West. Manny Esquivel going to be aboard, your current favorite, at 9-5. We'll see how it shakes out as they step on that beautiful turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, just a couple of minutes away from race 3.
The horses call postword for the third race. This is the first of 4 today. Carter for the turf course rated good. Turf rail was set at 48 feet this race week on the Caesars course. Here a field of 7. 1 scratch. Take out the 7 L's Dancer. Number 7 L's Dancer has been scratched. From the Phillies Mares Turf Sprint to Stormy Paradise, a jockey change to Luis Contreras. Luis Contreras rides 2 Stormy Paradise. 1 Barb's Vortex, add 2 pounds to the program weight there. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes to the turf. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Arriving at the sprint start. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Romero with Barb's Vortex. Summer Pauly with Fancy Fascinator coming up. Luis Contreras partners Stormy Paradise. Bo Muggs at 27-1 Mystic Justice, our first two main track winners. Santo Sanjor with La Puma. Manny Escobar with Kuda Cutie. Declan Cannon and Nelson's Penny. This is the first of four. The turf course here rated good, rather than 48 feet, and one more. Collective Beauty, Fernando de la Cruz. Leads the meet here with 21 wins. All in line. And they're off. Fast start for Kuda Cutie. Good speed toward the inside from Stormy Paradise and La Puma. Also now part of the early plot. Here's La Puma up to Kuda Cutie, who just leads them for Manny Escobar. With on the outside, La Puma staying right with Kuda Cutie, and Fancy Fascinator is into third. Stormy Paradise got quite a bit of tight quarters and takes back, joined on the outside. First run since the fairgrounds for Collective Beauty, who's making progress to 3 furlongs from home. Stormy Paradise has dropped back after being a bit of a squeeze as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. The trailers are Barb's Vortex and Nelson's Penny. The first two of 5 furlongs, well, there it is, posted in 20.56 as these fillies and mares blaze for home. It's Kuda Cutie and La Puma trying to drive past. 1 furlong to go. Kuda Cutie on the outside, La Puma. The battle soon to be joined by Fancy Fascinator and Collective Beauty. She's over here on the stand side with Santo Sanjor. It's La Puma, a nose in front. La Puma dived out of the finish. It's a close call with Kuda Cutie in a photo of inches. And then farther back was Fancy Fascinator and Collective Beauty next. Photo finish. 55.38 the posted. Win photograph, hold all tickets. The verdict in. 5-3-4-8-5, La Puma. At even money, Pips. 3, Kuda Cutie at the post. 5-2 on the runner-up. La Puma has beaten Kuda Cutie. 4, Fancy Fascinator at 6 to 1/3, and 8, Collective Beauty, making her first start since the fairgrounds. Gets into the frame at 9-2. Santo Sanjor for Ray Hernandez. The not this time filly, La Puma at even money. A narrow margin of victory. The result of the third race, Phillies Mares Turf Sprint, is official. It's been confirmed by the judges. 5-3-4-8 La Puma. By a nose over the 3, Kuda Cutie just missed. Fancy Fascinator third, Collective Beauty fourth, official after race 3. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 5, La Puma with Santos Anjor. La Puma is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Not This Time. At a Cougarstown by Spitestown, Ray Hernandez trains John Donaldson's Kentucky bred filly. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of La Puma. Got up to deny Kuda Cutie on the line. Five 3 Exacta. Took a win photograph, 15-20. 50-cent pick 3. First of the day, capped off by La Puma. $119.70. 5-3-4, 50-cent trifecta, $14.90. 6-5 double returned an even $190. Collective Beauty was fourth. 10-cent superfecta paid $7.40. 7 ran, course good, 48 feet. Posted final of 55.38. 21 minutes away from the 4th of 9. Don't forget Saturday, the first evening card of the season. Hope you can join us for our Saturday evening card. Coming up with Silks and Roses. Saturday post time. An evening dedicated to women in racing from 5:10. In the maiden sprint ahead, there are no scratches, no rider changes. 3 bikers a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent late fire 5. Post time 3:52. And they're off. Fast start for Kuda Cutie. Good speed toward the inside from Stormy Paradise and La Puma. Also now part of the early plot. Here's La Puma up to Kuda Cutie, who just leads them for Manny Esquivel. With on the outside, La Puma staying right with Kuda Cutie, and Fancy Fascinator is into third. Stormy Paradise got quite a bit of tight quarters and takes back, joined on the outside. First run since the fairgrounds for Collective Beauty, who's making progress to 3 furlongs from home. Stormy Paradise has dropped back after being a bit of a squeeze as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. The trailers are Barb's Vortex and Nelson's Penny. The first 2 of 5 furlongs, well, there it is, posted in 20.56 as these fillies and mares blaze for home. It's Kuda Cutie and La Puma trying to drive past. 1 furlong to go. Kuda Cutie on the outside, La Puma. The battle soon to be joined by Fancy Fascinator and Collective Beauty. She's over here on the stand side with Santos Sanjor. It's La Puma, a nose in front. La Puma dived out of the finish. It's a close call with Kuda Cutie in a fine. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The Arkansas bred Cuda Cootie certainly ran too good to lose. If you had that horse at 5-2 or 3-1, certainly my condolences. What a huge effort by Cuda Cootie along with La Puma. Neither deserved to lose that race. Nearly a match race from start to finish, but Santos Sager and Ray Hernandez team up with John Donaldson and La Puma for 2 in a row. The late money, the smart money, hammered all the way down to $4 even when it's all said and done. But I think that race is going to come back very live. Some sneaky trouble for your third-place runner as well, so put that one in your stable mail. We move along in here to kick off today's Late Fire 5. No scratches or changes. A nice field of 10 set to go 6 furlongs in here, all looking for their first career victory. Let's take a look at this field. I do find it to be a very competitive race, and I'm going to take a stand against Officer Gamble. Your 5-year-old is still looking for that first victory, currently on the board at 7-5. I'm going to go a different direction. I like the lightly raced son of Shagaff with Shaggy in the City. For Robert Klein teaming up with Fernando de la Cruz, you've got an outfit that doesn't have all that many horses here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, doesn't send that many horses here, frankly, at all, only making the second start of the season and getting the eye of one of our leading riders, Fernando de la Cruz, this homebred for Bob Hamilton, getting Lasix for the first time, ran at 2 at the maiden special weight level. Got a little bit of money as well. Went off at 10-1. Now I know you'll probably say 10-1 is not taking money. It is a 10-1 horse and 11 horse field, so certainly did get money. And then knowing what we know about Q's Got Class, who just won earlier this week and is a stakes winner in his own right, I think 10-1's taking some action. Lasix for the first time, maiden special weight, down to maiden claiming, like my good friend Jeff Madey's favorite angle. And then you've got a trainer in Robert Klein who is 0 for 31 the last 5 years at Indy, bringing a horse here for the second time. Now, hasn't always had the best luck here. Looking to change that up, per se. The mare, she was on race. This is the first full. I like the class relief. I like Lasix, and I like a small outfit like Robert Klein, at least at Horseshoe Indianapolis, drawing the eye of one of our leading riders on the class drop alone. This horse deserves a look with those nice white blinkers on today. 5-1, a value player in here. Speaking of value, how about God and Luck? Not much value right now. It's all been sapped out. I like this horse a lot better at 9-2. I certainly wouldn't have this horse in my selections if I thought they were going to be anywhere near 9-5 for Jeff Hiles, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. That jockey-trainer combination, no stranger to knocking me out of my horizontal tickets, and I was refusing to let that one do this to me yet again. Now, frankly, hasn't shown much. Did make a big drop in class for the first time from maiden specialweight down to maiden claiming, and just kind of ran evenly around the racetrack, just kind of runs with the pack almost each and every start. One thing that I do appreciate is a horse who ran on a good track last time out, well-spaced, for a trainer that wins, for a jockey that wins, and putting the blinkers on. My fear would be this horse gets the lead and therefore gets brave and finds the winner's circle on the front end, because this is certainly a race that you probably want to be on the front. I don't foresee it falling apart or anything like that. I think we're going to have a reasonable pace up front, and I think God and Luck might have some prayers on their side. 9-5 right now, taking a surprising amount of action at 9-2. Morning line down to 9-5. At least on paper, it will appear that this horse will go off as your most likely second choice. The 4 is Rockstar Justice, Joe Davis, Casares Racing Stables. When I've been knocked out of many tickets, as I am nearly every day, oftentimes when I look down and a long shot comes home to score, it's usually either Joe Davis or Casares Racing Stables, oftentimes 2-1. Sometimes they team up together. Another horse who's going maiden specialweight, down to maiden claiming. They debuted this year on May 1st, ran in a very live race with Fool's Gesture, along with Sicaro's Prayer and Sly Guy. On debut, they ran in a race in which multiple horses, at least your second and third place finisher, did exit that race to get their maiden breaking score next time out. After that, stretched out, went a mile, proved it was too far, and proved that they need some relief. They get that relief today. I like a horse who's lightly raced. I like connections that certainly know their way to the winner's circle and need not a map nor a GPS to get to our winner's circle. And on a huge class drop, especially at 25-1, not very often, either here or around the country, are you getting horses going from maiden specialweight to maiden claiming and getting all of 25-1. That's the case with Rockstar Justice. Has shown absolutely nothing in the first 2 starts, but a ton of class relief. If this horse wakes up, it could be today, and it could be a long shot to kick off this late Fire 5. Let's take a look at the ticket assembled. Play it however you like, but I do recommend and encourage you to take advantage of one of the nation's lowest takeout. In fact, today with Canterbury Park running, we're going to be the second lowest takeout. They've got 10%, 11.99% takeout. Some bigger fields here, some more opportunity in here, a couple of turf races as well, as we not only kick off this late Fire 5, we also kick off that horseshoe hat trick in the 5th race. But I'm going to spread out in here 2, 4, 5, and 7. As you can see, I do not have Officer Gamble on my ticket. This is your current 7-5 favorite who's 5 years old and making start number 13. Now, I happen to believe that that 13 is a lucky number. Now, still looking for your first victory after 13 starts, that's no longer lucky. That would be a play against for me. This horse has moved into money burner status, has been favored in the last 3 starts, 2nd, 9th, and 2nd. Runs well, gives you hope each and every time, and has not gotten the job done. Today could be different. Officer Gamble would not be a surprise if this horse won. I just am going to demand more value than current 7-5 after watching this horse burn some money the last 3 starts as your favorite, and couldn't take advantage of a perfect trip last time out. I'm not all that confident that Officer Gamble wants to lock up any of the foes late in the game. Race number 5 kicks off that Itoba pick 4. Mile on the turf, potentially the best betting opportunity of the day. I think there's a ton of value in the 5th race, a great race, and I certainly would encourage you to not only bet vertically in that race, but also horizontally. We've got some opportunities of pick 4. We've also got the horseshoe hat trick. Race 6, maiden 30. You don't see me singling maiden claiming very often, but Figurine is a horse who got my attention last time out. This horse opened up very well for Ed Moger, Summer Pauly, Steve Moger, the Moger gang. Have kind of had a great relationship with Mrs. Pauly. They're winning at 40% here. They've just reported to the winner's circle each and every time. This horse has upside, well spaced, second time turf, has tactical speed, does not need the lead. Proved that back in a January 21st race at Turfway, where they came from the back of the pack and lost a photo finish as the favorite. That was under the guidance of Brad Cox. Now Ed Moger put this horse on the turf, and they responded in kind. It was a unique day. It was pouring rain during the race, opened up, spaced the rest of that field, and got nailed on the final jump behind Wella. Didn't just get nailed by any old horse. Wella was your even money favorite that day and was certainly expected to win. Had shipped in from Turfway Park, got a ton of money for Anna Navarrete, and Wella got the job done that day. We'll see if Figurine can hold the rest of that field off, because that's going to be today's single. A maiden claimer on the turf seems silly, but I'm confident in Summer Pauly and Figurine in the 6th. Race 7, we go back to that main track. The 1 and the 6 are who I'm going to play. This would likely be the race that you could potentially consider adding some more horses. Decatur Street has won his last race and comes in looking for 2 in a row. If you're going to add, this potentially would be where you want to consider adding. I think Gimme 3 Steps had sneaky trouble last time out. Somewhat of a disastrous trip. A horse who ran on April 8th, came back maybe a little bit fast, went to the allowance level, has now been given an extra couple of weeks, and goes from allowance to claiming. There is certainly upside with John Herron and Amir Mendoza looking for his riding double. And then we go to the 8th and final. We'll be back on that beautiful turf course of ours, a mile and a 16th in here. Scratch numbers 11 and 12, 1, 5, 7, and 10. Certainly a set of races in which you will never feel overly confident. They're very competitive racing. I think we're going to be in lieu of a heavily backed favorite per se. I think Officer Gamble at 5 years old might be the lowest favorite we see in this entire sequence, making start number 13. Will today be the day for Officer Gamble? I am gambling it will not, but many could be leaning into a single. When I zig, maybe you want to zag. Officer Gamble could be the day today as the rider set for the leg up on a beautiful day at Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. Mid sprint at 6 furlongs, now a field of 9. There was a late scratch. 9 Senior Justice was scratched during the race preview. Scratch 9 Senior Justice. Five and 9 will be a consolation double. 5-9 consolation double. Those having 9 Senior Justice in a multi-race wager. Those bets now transferred to the post-time favorite. 9 Senior Justice is a late scratch. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Main track fast. And please note, the turf course here has been upgraded from good to firm. Turf rail at 48 feet. That was the case this race week on the Caesars course. Portable rail set at 48 feet, and we are now fast and firm going forward. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Simmer Bermudez with Lover's Trap. First of the 9 to move into line. Andres Calleja with Kramer. Joins Lover's Trap. Joe Ramos with Dottie's Blue Money drew post 6. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. partners God and Luck. Fernando de la Cruz, Shaggy in the City. Facing up to the gate. Now Dottie's Blue Money has gone all in. Shaggy in the City. Micah Meeks with Biker. Was a late scratch here on 9. Senor Justice, the 9 is a non-runner. Jose Gutierrez with Reaching Out. Luis Contreras with Rockstar Justice. Main track fast. The turf course was just upgraded to firm here. And one more. Officer Gamble, Mitchell Morrill for Shauna Martin. They're in the game. And they're off. Reaching Out, broke fast. Officer Gamble going for an early push. Right there toward the inside is God and Luck, and Rockstar Justice also looking to add pep to the pace. It's God and Luck. The leads here toward the inside for Marcelino Pethosa Jr. The leader, God and Luck, pressed hard by Rockstar Justice, and Reaching Out is just off them running in third. Lover's Trap in fourth. Mitch Morrill and Officer Gamble fifth on the far outside. Then toward the inside, as they enter the far turn, Dottie's Blue Money running in sixth. Then further back to Kramer, who's in front of Shaggy in the City, and the one well back. Biker trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter, hot pace on, 21.95, and Rockstar Justice just took the lead at 15-1. It's Rockstar Justice on the edge of the quarter pole for Luis Contreras. Nearest the inside is God and Luck, who's trying to stay on. And on the outside, Officer Gamble coming with a sweep. Dottie's Blue Money is in range. Lover's Trap straightened away in fifth. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.52. Rockstar Justice, 1 furlong to last. Rockstar Justice edges left under pressure. God and Luck is a spent force. Dottie's Blue Money, here comes Kramer moving up toward the inside. And Officer Gamble has also dropped away. Rockstar Justice holding on. From Dottie's Blue Money's late gain. Kramer was third, then Officer Gamble and Shaggy in the City. .112.01 after the maiden sprint. A tick over 112. Calling for a win photograph, it was 15-1 on 4. Rockstar Justice will prevail. Over 25-1, 6. Dottie's Blue Money. 57-1. Kramer was third. Officer Gamble, Shaggy in the City, God and Luck. Lover's Trap followed them home. 4, 6, 5, 10 in frame 4. Rockstar Justice at 15-1. Out of the maiden ranks. Hold 6. Dottie's Blue Money. 25-1 second, 57-1 on the 5, Kramer third, and 10 Officer Gamble at even money, making his 13th career start, was fourth in the maiden sprint. Luis Contreras on this 15-1, son of Harry's Holiday for Joe Davis and Casares Racing Stables. It's Rockstar Justice to start the late Fire 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle number 4, Rockstar Justice, onto the hands of Luis Contreras. Rockstar Justice, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Harry's Holiday. Out of the U.S. Ranger Mare, U.S. Gold. Joe Davis trains for Casares Racing Stables LLC, Rene Casares. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Justice Farm, Greg Justice. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Rockstar Justice at 15-1 is a maiden no more. Result official. The 4-6 exacta paid $492.20. 50-cent pick 3, $590.80, capped off by Rockstar Justice. 50-cent trifecta, Kramer was third, 4-6-5, $1,959.85. 5-4 double, $170.20, 5-9, that's a consolation double, $5-9, $4.40. With Officer Gamble fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 4-6-5-10, returned $6,916.46. In the maiden, the 9 was that late scratch, a 9 runner, the 9 with refunds due. Favorite was fourth. 9 ran, 112.01 after the running of race 4. With the turf course now upgraded to firm, race 5 maiden, scratched the also eligible 11 Lavish Justice. 11 Lavish Justice did not draw in. No rider changes. 1 Moonlight Girl is a pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Next, the start to the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Cheers to the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. They present the late pick 4 daily. This the first leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf, pick 3. Races 5, 6, 8, and we're firm and fast. Post time will be 4:23. And they're off. Reaching out, broke fast. Officer Gamble going for an early push. Right there toward the inside is God and Luck, and Rockstar Justice also looking to add pep to the pace. It's God and Luck. He leads here toward the inside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. The leader, God and Luck, pressed hard by Rockstar Justice, and reaching out is just off them running in third. Lover's Trap in fourth. Mitch Moreland, Officer Gamble, fifth on the far outside. Then toward the inside, as they enter the far turn, Dottie's Blue Money running in sixth. Then further back to Kramer, who's in front of Shaggy in the City, and the one well back. Biker trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter, hot pace on, 21.95, and Rockstar Justice just took the lead at 15-1. It's Rockstar Justice on the edge of the quarter pole for Luis Contreras. Nearest the inside is God and Luck, who's trying to stay on. And on the outside, Officer Gamble coming with a sweep. Dottie's Blue Money is in range. Lover's Trap straightened away in fifth. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.52. Rockstar Justice, 1 furlong to last. Rockstar Justice edges left under pressure. God and Luck is a spent force. Dottie's Blue Money, here comes Kramer moving up toward the inside. And Officer Gamble has also dropped away. Rockstar Justice holding on. From Dottie's Blue Money's late gain. Kramer was third, then Officer Gamble and Shaggy in the City.
The upset is on. We get a little bit of a price to kick off the Late Flyer 5, a $33 winner. Rock Star Justice, maiden special weight, down to maiden, claiming Jeff Madej's favorite angle in the game, the biggest class drop there is, in many people's opinion. How about that exacta? $1 exacta, $246.10. The trifecta, just a hair under $2,000. Favorite off the board. Couple of maiden special weight droppers to maiden, claiming run first and third in there, and just like that, you've got some massive payouts. I don't always pay attention to show payouts, but how about $12.80 on your winner, $11.80 behind that, and $20.80 in third. Watch out for the bridge jumpers, because today's a bad day for somebody with show payouts like that, but a good day for someone who played those show pools today. Let's take a look at this Itoba pick 4 in here. Also kicks off not only the pick 4, but also the horseshoe hat trick, one of my favorite plays. And with this, we've got big fields, big opportunities, and I think great betting races on the turf today. Scratch the 11 Lavish Justice out of this event, and very competitive betting race in here right now. The 3 is in lukewarm favoritism. Beautiful Esther, but I'm going to try another horse in here in race number 5. I'm going to go to the 8 in this spot with Hotline Iris. Rodney Prescott teaming up with Bob Dobbs. Now, this horse ran at 2. 3-year-old filly making her 3-year-old seasonal debut. Gets Lasix for the first time of her career. And she was bet down to favoritism at 6-5 in a 7-horse field on debut. They always knew she was going to go long. Even at 2 years old, they didn't give her a sprint race. They knew she'd have endurance, knew she wasn't necessarily going to be the most fleet-footed to sprint. So I like that while she didn't make it to the racetrack too early in her 2-year-old campaign, they debuted going 2 turns. They thought that distance would not be a problem. Unfortunately for them, they ran 2nd and 3rd. They did come back after a good debut, running 2nd in a 7-horse field. They ran in a 10-horse field, bet down all the way to 3-5. Couldn't get the job done after showing the way, gave way late. Now, the breeding is what really cued me in. Bob Dobbs does a great job with young horses. Rodney Prescott having himself an excellent year, winning at 21%. Lasix for the first time never hurts. The mare, while she never hit the board in 5 tries on the turf, the half-sibling, Chicory Blaze, is not only a stakes winner on both dirt as well as turf, but a winner of the Snack Handicap on the turf and a perfect 1-for-1 on the turf. So I like that this horse took some action at 2 years old. I like that they debuted around 2 turns. Certainly wasn't worried about endurance or stamina, and now they tried the turf today off of a lengthy layoff. I was going to monitor the tote board, but it's not going in our favor, at least at this point. We'll see as they approach the gate, but Hotline Iris, in my opinion, a little bit chilly at 5-1. The 6 is another player in here, certainly in with a big chance, making the turf debut, is 9-1. This horse is taking some action right now. Now it's a sneaky amount of action. 20-1 morning line, currently cut in half for this 3-year-old filly by Golden Sense. Mitch Myrtle going to be aboard. Michael Lauer sends this one out. Ran pretty good May 20th. I thought they looked to be well held. I actually thought that Loveberry had a lot more horse underneath him than they would ultimately finish with. Maximum Spirit kind of ran away and hid from that field. Pink Picture did come back earlier this week to be one of our poorly bet favorites this week, and finished 3rd or 4th off the board with really no excuses. Another horse who's getting a little long in the tooth to still be in the maiden ranks. But Golden Creek, I was impressed with what it visually appeared to have horse. She was well held. She was within herself, and when he asked, was fairly empty. Now, that is a concern, but on the turf, could play a different role. This horse appeared to have some tactical speed on the lead. I think is still figuring things out mentally, and maybe she gets away with some easy fractions on the turf and just kind of draws away. Maybe she finds a new surface that she really likes. I do know that Lauer is certainly capable of bringing in a long shot, and I expect his 10% win rate to improve this season. 20-1, cut in half, down to 9-1. At least at this point, those DRF projections would indicate somewhere around 13-1 fair value on Golden Creek. But the 5 is once more a horse who ran a huge effort on a rainy day, and we've had plenty of those in Shelbyville. It was absolutely pouring during this race, in which once more had Amir Mendoza aboard, kind of broke sharply, opened up at the top of the lane, looked gone, and got nailed on the final jump by She's Chloe. This is a horse who exits the race with a huge effort, got nailed on that last jump by She's Chloe, who had a lot of turf experience, was trained over by Brennan Walsh, had been stabled at Turfway Park, actually debuted during the championship meet at Gulfstream, and the Florida Invader got the money that day at 6-1 for Brennan Walsh, who wins a lot of races at a very high rate, not only here but around the country. I think there's certain upside with Once More in here. We'll see how tactical they can be. Do they go to the lead and play catch me if you can? Do they regress off of a big effort against Open Company? They're in against state bred competition in here, so a little bit of a slight class drop. I would view Open Company Maiden Claiming as a slight class drop when you get back in with state bred competition, going to maiden special weight, especially on the turf. So Once More, sneaky in this spot at 4-1, but right now the bettors have keyed in on Beautiful Esther. While Pedroza may have opted elsewhere, people believe that Tony Granitz has a good one coming in here with Beautiful Esther, a half to Silent Sonata, who is all turf. Beautiful Esther could be any sort as she gets her second try racing, and she gets an opportunity to be on that turf where they wanted to be on debut. An excellent betting race coming at you, kicking off today's Itoba Pick 4 and Horseshoe Hat Trick.
The horses now called postword for the fifth race. This is the second of four carded for the turf course here. Upgraded from good to firm. Turf rail this week was set at 48 feet. Here a field of 10 in the maiden turf. Scratch the also eligible 11, Lavish Justice. Scratch the AE number 11. Lavish Justice did not draw in. No rider changes. One Moonlight Girl at 1 pound to the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Firm and fast. Get your wagers in. Late scratch. Late scratch on number 3, Beautiful Esther, ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, scratch 3, Beautiful Esther from the maiden turf. All wagers here on 3, Beautiful Esther, the blue 3 scratch, refunds due. There will be a consolation, 4 and 3 double. 4 and 3 for a consolation double. Scratch the 3, Beautiful Esther from the maiden turf. It's due off. Crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Romero with Moonlight Girl. Mitch Murrell with Golden Creek. Now Fernando de la Cruz with Dreaming Bonita, taking her position in the starting gate. Here over the mile and a 16th. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Haziel. 5-year-old Haziel in. Samara Bermudez with Shirley and Angel. Rodney Prescott, Hotline Iris. 3 Beautiful Esther was a late scratch. The 3 is a non-runner. Spinning with Trouble, Amir Mendoza has a 27-1 win on the card. One more, Alex Chardon, 6-time started Sweet Summertime. The course here was upgraded from good to firm at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here comes the 5th. They're in the gate. And they're off. Haziel was a bit slow to go. Golden Creek out to the lead for Mitchell Murrell and crosses over in front of, nearest the inside once more. Taken back was Dreaming Bonita. And in the red cap, Hotline Iris attends the early pace. It's Golden Creek, who leads out to the first turn from once more. And on the outside, Hotline Iris across the course with just over 6 furlongs to run. An early break to nearest the inside. Shirley and Angel joined by Sweet Summertime as they round the first turn. And then comes Haziel, who was last away from the gate. Dreaming Bonita next in formation as these maiden fillies and mare go to the back of this now firm rated course. Moonlight Girl is second to last, and Smitten with Trouble trails. The opening quarter was 23.40 seconds, making this backstretch run. And now Joseph Bimmer once more takes the top. It's Once More who leads by 3/4 length. Hotline Iris second and well up for Rodney Prescott. They have just inside 4 furlongs left. Then comes Golden Creek running in third from Sweet Summertime, looking to make headway now out deep on the course for Alex Achard. Shirley and Angel is right there toward the inside, staying rooted to the rail at 48 feet. Hazier's drawn to within 6 lengths off this leader. Then comes Wide Moonlight Girl, who's covering a lot of ground from Dreaming Bonita, looking to quick in between horses, and Smitten with Trouble remains last of 9. Half mile 47.77. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Once more, Hotline Iris with on the outside, Sweet Summertime. Haziel making 4-path progress. It's up for grabs as they straighten away. 3/4 went in 1:13.02 seconds. Between horses, Sweet Summertime and the Black Linkers. Hotline Iris. Haziel chimes in. Nearest the inside, Once More is under pressure. Dreaming Bonita heads the rest. Past the 16th with Alex Achard. Sweet Summertime is emerging, and Sweet Summertime has scored the winning run from Hotline Iris second, just over Haziel third. Once More was fourth, then Dreaming Bonita, Moonlight Girl, and they spaced the others. (144.12) after the maiden distaff turf. 144.12.10. Sweet Summertime in her 7th career start will get the result at 3-1. Alex Achard for Miguel Silva. Daughter known agenda. Hotline Iris with, in that place photo, hold all bets until official. It's gone to the 10 Sweet Summertime. Start here, the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. The judges have posted a rate. Hotline Iris second, 7 Haziel the mare third, and 5 Once More at 5-2 was fourth. So there it is in frame, 10-8-7-5. In the maiden, Sweet Summertime has beaten home Hotline Iris. Haziel Once More fourth. Result official. Stepping into the Murphy Travelers House winner's circle, the 10. Another win this week here for Alex Achard. Sweet Summertime is a 3-year-old dark bay brown filly by Known Agenda. out of the Constitution mare, Sweet Lady Brown. For Paul Jackson's Equine Futures LLC and Miguel Silva's Silva Racing LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sweet Summertime on this upper 80-degree day out to the maiden ranks in her 7th career start. 10-8 exacta paid $37 even. 50-cent trifecta, 10-8-7, $35.65. 4-10 double, $66.80. 4-3 consolation double, $29.20. Once more was 4th, 10-cent superfecta. 10-8-7-5 paid $18.43. The pick 3 capped off by Sweet Summertime, $246.70. Big payouts in the $1 early pick 4 as well as the 50-cent early pick 5, $10,178. The early pick 4 and that 50-cent early pick 5 that daily starts on the first of the day. Don't forget Saturday first post is at 5:10 for Silks and Roses. Early pick 5 on this card pays out over $15,000 on 5 of 5, capped off by Sweet Summertime. The 50-cent early pick 5 after the low 11.99% takeout. 16 minutes away from the 6th of 9 on the docket. In the next maiden turf, Scratch 8 double bypass, 11. I'll stop talking. That early pick 5, $14,859.20. The official on the 50-cent early pick 5, just under $15K. Take out the 12 Crown of Violence, 13 Mariposa Moon, and 14 On Deary. 6th race, made in Distaff turf. Scratch the 8 double bypass, 11 I'll stop talking, 12 Crown of Violence, 13 Mariposa Moon, and the 14 On Deary. There are no jockey changes in the maiden turf. 3 little bit of sugar, a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 6, first 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta featured on the day. We're firm and fast. Double and the start of a pick 3 on races 6, 7, 8. Post time will be at 4:53. Here comes a maiden Distaff turf race replay. They're in the gate. And they're off. Haziel was a bit slow to go. Golden Creek out to the lead for Mitchell Merle and crosses over in front of nearest the inside once more. Taken back was Dreaming Bonita, and in the red cap, Hotline Iris attends the early pace. It's Golden Creek, who leads out to the first turn from once more, and on the outside, Hotline Iris across the course with just over 6 furlongs to run. An early break to nearest the inside. Shirley and Angel joined by Sweet Summertime as they round the first turn. And then comes Haziel, who was last away from the gate. Dreaming Bonita next in formation as these maiden fillies and mare go to the back of this now firm rated course. Moonlight Girl is second to last, and Smitten with Trouble trails. The opening quarter was 23.40 seconds, making this backstretch run. And now Joseph Bimmer once more takes the top. It's once more who leads by 3/4 length. Hotline Iris second and well up for Rodney Prescott. They have just inside 4 furlongs left. Then comes Golden Creek running in third from Sweet Summertime, looking to make headway now out deep on the course for Alex Achard. Shirley and Angel is right there toward the inside, staying rooted to the rail at 48 feet. Haziel's drawn to within 6 lengths off this leader. Then comes Wide Moonlight Girl, who's covering a lot of ground from Dreaming Bonita, looking to quicken between horses, and Smitten with Trouble remains last of 9. Half mile 47.77. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Once more, Hotline Iris with on the outside, Sweet Summertime. Haziel making 4-path progress. It's up for grabs as they straighten away. 3/4 went in 1:13.02 seconds. Between horses, Sweet Summertime and the Black Blinkers. Hotline Iris. Haziel chimes in. Nearest the inside once more is under pressure. Dreaming Bonita heads the rest. Past the 16th with Alex Achard. Sweet Summertime is emerging. And Sweet Summertime has scored the winning run from Hotline Iris second, just over Haziel third. Once more was fourth. Then Dreaming Bonita, Moonlight Girl, and they spaced the others.
AI Allen here, to give you my expert DRF analysis of the 6th race today. This race has a general pace, which means it accommodates various running styles, favoring horses with strong early speed or consistent performance indicators. Let's start with Ability 7. With a spotlight rating of 85, she's a top overall performer. Her mid-pack running style might help her navigate through the field effectively. She seems well positioned for a competitive run. Jockey Alex Achard has had a riding double this week and is heating up recently. Cheer Amia 10. This 4-year-old filly by American Pharoah switches it up where her jockey is concerned with top jockey Marcelino Pedroza. She boasts a high early pace rating of 88, indicating she'll be quick off the mark. Her spotlight rating of 82 further highlights her strong potential. Nancy Mack 1. With a spotlight rating of 80, she might surprise with a strong finish despite her low early pace rating of 42. Her inside draw might be beneficial to her race today. Good luck in the 6th race at Horseshoe Indy.
horses called postward for the 6th race. This maiden distaff turf over the mile and 16th. Here a field of 9. Scratch 8, double bypass. 11, I'll Stop Talking. Take out the 12, Crown of Violence. 13, Mariposa Moon, and scratch the 14 on Deary. Scratch the 8, 11, 12, 13, and the number 14 from the race card. No rider changes. Number 3, Little Bit of Sugar, and 1 pound to the program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5, the Pentafecta, featured here on the maiden distaff turf. It starts another rolling double, 50-cent pick 3 on races 6, 7, 8. Course firm, fast main track, and post time is imminent. For a final time or one of the maiden races here on the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is the second to last race on the Caesars course today. Race 8 of 9, also on the firm course. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Penultimate leg of the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3 firm arriving. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Joe Ramos with Nancy Mack. Summer Pauly with Figurine, taking her position in the starting gate. Figurine has joined Nancy Mack. Now the Louisiana Red Play on Player coming up. Mitchell Murrell for Michelle Lovell in town. Play on Player drew 2. Sarah Bermudez, OG Lemon Drop loaded. Ability would be a turf double for Alex Achard. 7-1 on Player. Here over the mile and 16th. Javier Padron Barcenas Shadoni has taken her position. Micah Meeks, Little Bit of Sugar. That leaves 2 back. Declan Cannon with Zeddy. Right now, Sharamia, the 8-5 favorite, the last to join up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Randy Matthews. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., 17 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. Of course, during the card was upgraded from good to firm, and they're rolling. Ready. And they're off. And Zeddy between horses. Little Bit of Sugar. Play on Player has a red cap. And Ability also part of an early wave. It's Zeddy. For Declan Cannon, the 6-year-old mare. Zeddy engaged up the inside as they make their way toward the first turn. This early bid here by Figurine with Summer Pauly, who leans out to the stretch. It's Figurine, who leads the field around the first turn run from Zeddy with on the outside Sharamia, and Play on Player is right there toward the rail off of Zeddy's heels as they go to the back. With Ability fifth upon settling by 2. Little Bit of Sugar's a ground saving 6th. OG Lemon Drop is 7th in between horses, joined out wide by Shadoni, and will settle back into the hands of Joe Ramos. Nancy Mack has dropped back to 9th and last. Figurine leads. The opening quarter was a flat 23, so solid gallop on here. It's Figurine who dictates the field past the half-mile pole in front of a tracking Zeddy. A length of Sharamia, third on the outside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. In the meantime, Mitchell Murrell, Play on Player is a ground saving 4th, Ability 5th. Then on the outside, Shadoni in 6th as they now go to the far side of the Caesars course with OG Lemon Drop. Nancy Mack up 1 spot. That relegates Little Bit of Sugar to last. Half mile for front-running Figurine. 47.39 seconds. Figurine leads coming toward the quarter pole. Zeddy right there narrowing the margin, and Sharamia is at the point of attack. To the inside is Play on Player. Ability tips to an outside path. They straighten away, and it's Sharamia. Sharamia charging to take the lead. 3/4, 1 minute 11.51 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sharamia has opened up a margin on them coming inside the final half furlong. Ability getting into second. Nancy Mack is third. Zeddy capitulates. It's Sharamia out to the maiden ranks by 3. Ability was second. Nancy Mack third. Zeddy finished 4th. Then Shadoni from OG Lemon Drop and Play on Player. $141.94 after the maiden distaff turf. 141.94, 10-7, 149 gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. It's 10. Sharamia at 8-5 first. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Randy Matthews. The 7 Ability, 4-1 second. 1 Nancy Mack, 12-1 from last into third. The 4 Zeddy. The mare facing the fillies at 8-1 was 4th. 9 Shadoni there. Finished 5th from OG Lemon, dropped 6th. Play on Player was back in 7th, the Louisiana Bred. It's 10-7, 149 in frame. We trail back to a Little Bit of Sugar, and Figurine also tailed off in the run. The 8-5 favorite obliges Sharamia, the daughter of the Great American Pharoah. Result official. It's been confirmed by the judges. 10-7-1-4-9. 10 Jeremiah has beaten home 7 Ability. 1 Nancy Mack rallied into third. 4 Zeddy. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 10, Jeremiah, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Jeremiah is a 4-year-old dark Bayer Brown filly by the Triple Crown winner American Pharoah. Out of Dietagance by El Corredor. Randy Matthews trains for Karen Matthews and Mark David Hickson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Jeremiah. In her 12th career start, this was finally the one. Jeremiah on the maiden distaff turf. Paid $5.20. Shadoni capped off the 10-cent Pentafecta featured. $337.37 for the grand high 5. Pick 3, $220.60. The 50-cent trifecta, 10-7-1, $29.30, 10-10 double, $30, and the 10-cent superfecta, $35 even. The mare Zeddy was 4th, and Shadoni 5th. 141.94. 17 minutes away. Posted race 7 at 5:22. In the sprint, scratch the 3 Illini and the 7 Neon Leon. Scratch the 3 and 7 from the race card. 7th of 9, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent Pentafecta feature on the sprint. It starts the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double, final pick 3 of a 9-race day. 16 minutes away from the sprint. Once again, as a reminder, quick reminder, no live racing here at the track tomorrow. Back on Saturday. It's the only evening card of the season. Join us for Silks and Roses. Saturday post time for the evening card will be at 5:10. The maiden distaff turf race replay ahead. They're rolling. Ready. And they're off. And Zeddy between horses. Little bit of sugar. Play on player has a red cap. And Ability also part of an early wave. It's Zeddy. For Declan Cannon, the 6-year-old mare. Zeddy engaged up the inside as they make their way toward the first turn. This early bid here by Figurine with Summer Pauly, who leans out to the stretch. It's Figurine who leads the field around the first turn run from Zeddy with on the outside Jeremiah, and play on player is right there toward the rail off of Zeddy's heels as they go to the back. with Ability fifth upon settling by 2. Little Bit of Sugar's a ground saving 6th. OG Lemon Drop is 7th in between horses, joined out wide by Shadoni, and will settle back into the hands of Joe Ramos. Nancy Mack has dropped back to 9th and last. Figurine leads. The opening quarter was a flat 23, so solid gallop on here. It's Figurine who dictates the field past the half-mile pole in front of a tracking Zeddy. A length of Sheramia, third on the outside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. In the meantime, Mitchell Murrell, play-on-player is a ground-saving 4th. Ability 5th. Then on the outside, Shadoni in 6th as they now go to the far side of the Caesars course with OG Lemon Drop. Nancy Mack up one spot. That relegates Little Bit of Sugar to last. Half mile for front-running Figurine. 47.39 seconds. Figurine leads coming toward the quarter pole. Zeddy right there narrowing the margin, and Sheramia is at the point of attack. To the inside is play-on-player. Ability tips to an outside path. They straighten away, and it's Sheramia. Sheramia charging to take the lead. 3/4, 1 minute 11.51 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sheramia has opened up a margin on them coming inside the final half furlong. Ability getting into second. Nancy Mack is third. Zeddy capitulates. It's Sheramia out to the maiden ranks by 3. Ability was second. Nancy Mack third. Zeddy finished 4th. Then the winner was claimed from the maiden distaff turf. Number 10. Sheramia was a $30,000 claim on the Daughter of American Pharaoh. Sheramia over to new owner Paul King, and trainer Aaron West claimed the maiden winner, Sheramia.
it feels a lot better up here than it does outside. It is hot out there today, guys. It's very humid, but not complaining. Not complaining at all. Just making a statement of fact that it is hot, and we are happy to have it. I'm going to go in this race to the 6, who is the 2-1 favorite. This is a 3-year-old and up claiming for 12-5 event, and they're going 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 3 and the 7 are out of here. Neon Leon interests me a little bit, so I was a little sad that he was out today. But 6 Decatur Street is my top selection here. And look at that race the last time. I mean, that was an 87 Brisnet speed figure. That kind of number looks really good in a group like this. This is a 5-year-old gelded son of Street Smart, Godolphin bred. This one is owned by Anna Payan, and Jose Cazares is the conditioner. He's 15%. One clip, 24% of the money. He's 15% in claiming ranks as well. This horse won that last race at today's distance, but it was on a sloppy track. We're on a fast, hot day today. Does have some early speed. And Jose's had 2 wins in his last, out of his last 4 starts. Yeah, no, he didn't win. That was a different day. But yes, he's doing really well. And then we're going to go to the 8. The 8 is 72 right now on the tote board with the scratch of the 7. Moves in a little bit. Cross down, shootout. This one gets Rodney Prescott aboard for Shannon McGovern. And these two are partners and have a wonderful barn here close to the track, about 20 minutes away. And Roger Thursby is Shanna's ex-husband, so just a happy family. Love Roger, love Shannon, love Rodney. Very good connections. This one is repeating the same class, May 21st. Hasn't been worse than 3rd in its last 3, including that was the first out, the win on 2026 debut. Those 2 nice second and 3rd place finishes were at Churchill back last May. So Shannon took some time with this guy. He's 10 years old, worked on him, and he came back and won his first out. So I'm going to put him in my exacta. And then the 1 at 7-1 is Gimme 3 Steps. Amir Mendoza is aboard for John Horan. And I was just saying down there, I was talking to some of the trainers, Amir Mendoza won the 2nd race. He's looking for a double here. He has been riding lights out in the last probably 10 days, 2 weeks. I mean, he's really a talented rider. And he's got some home that have been like this, 7-1s, where they've shown a little form. If you look back, like last year in the fall, he's in claiming for 10, claiming for 15 condition claimers, 2nd, and a nice win by a head. This horse definitely has form. I think it was just outclassed in that allowance and is getting ignored at the tote board, but inside and has kind of a sit off the pace kind of stalking style with some of these horses maybe sending and all the early speed that the 6 has, as well as some of the speed on the outside with the 9 and the 10. You know, the 1 could maybe sit back on the rail and make a move. You saw the 5 in the race before last that just kind of skirted up the rail there. Didn't really gain as much as he could have if the rail was a little bit more live, but it's not bad. 6-1 for me here in the 7th race. We've got the 8th race, and Martha will be covering the 9th, the quarters, for you as well, so stick around.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 7th race. This sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch the 3 on Illini and 7 Neon Leon. Scratch the 3 and the 7 from the race card. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured here on the dash. The first leg of the $5 Last Call. Late Thoroughbred Double. Final Pick 3 featured. Fast and Firm. At 5:22. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. Give me 3 steps. Amir Mendoza on the Thursday score sheet. Rocket Hoss, Alexander Crispin with a win on the day. Angel Serpa with Sergeant Gump standing by to load. Joe Ramos, Decatur Street is in. Rodney Prescott, crosstown shootout. Joseph Romero with Killjoy taking his spot. Ready now for Sergeant Gump. 16-1 on Sergeant Gump. Joseph Bimmer with JR Jimmy. We're at 6 furlongs, so stand by. One more, Micah Meeks VSOP. This will be his 4-year-old seasonal bow. All in line. They're off and sprinting. JR Jimmy, VSOP on the extreme outside. Here's Killjoy, and right there, Sergeant Gump and Decatur Street. They're well grouped. Give me 3 steps with Rocket Hoss, and into the hands of Rodney Prescott, the last out winner. Crosstown shootout has dropped back to last. The leader here is Killjoy. Killjoy has the speed to lead for Joseph Romero. Sergeant Gump pursues. Give me 3 steps right there in the pocket with the rail. Rocket Hoss in between horses as VSOP is coming with a wide bid. Just over 3 furlongs to go. Crosstown shootout is gaining on the far outside with Decatur Street, and JR Jimmy has dropped back to last. 21.40 for the lead part as Killjoy blazes the trail on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Killjoy tackled by Sergeant Gump. Right there, VSOP on the far outside, crosstown shootout, and give me 3 steps, charging up the rail. Top of the lane, half mile, 44.07 seconds. It's Killjoy toward the inside. Give me 3 steps in a battling run past the 16th. Sergeant Gump is now 1 pace. Decatur Street late on the scene. Not today for crosstown shootout with Joseph Romero. It's Killjoy, and Killjoy has won it by just over 2. Give me 3 steps was second. Sergeant Gump third. Decatur Street fourth. 6 lengths away. Crosstown shootout finished back in 5th. .109.09. Hello. Killjoy. 4-1. Killjoy has beaten home in 109.09. Give me 3 steps. Sergeant Gump, third over Decatur Street, fourth. 10-year-old crosstown shootout was next across the finish for the Pentafecta. First run of the year for VSOP with Rocket Hoss and JR Jimmy. 109.09. 4-1-5-6-8 posted. It's for Killjoy. Joseph Romero for Israel Garcia. Blazing 109.09 posted. Result official. And there's Killjoy. Clock 109.09. Taking out the dash. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle will be number 4, Killjoy, with Joseph Romero. Killjoy, 4-year-old Gray Roan Gelding by Caravaggio. Out of Sally Dangles by More Than Ready. The now 5-time winner is owned and trained by Israel J. Garcia. His fastest 6 to date in 109.09. Results in. 4-1 exacta paid $94.80. 50-cent trifecta 415, 181.50. 10-4 double 57.40. 10-cent superfecta returned $136.64. 50-cent pick 3 and even $69. The 10-cent pentafecta 4-1, 568 paid $798.16. Crosstown Shootout finished 5th. 109.09. Back to the turf we go for the 8th race, 17 minutes away. And in the turf, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Great Sword and 12 American Wind. Scratch the AEs 11 and 12. Number 9 Kickabuck. The jockey Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides the 9. Kickabuck. 10 Come Out Tonight is a pound over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured on the day. There a look at the 50-cent Late Fire 5 Will Pays. Some 405s as well. We'll keep our eye on that. And a start to the final double. 9th race, the quarter horse allowance dash over the 350 to wrap up the day. In the 9th, no scratches. Edgar Diaz rides the 1 Jess New. Overweights the 2+2, 3+5. These in the finale. 6 AP, I'm That Dove is 4 over. 9 Mr. Blood Carver, 5 over. No scratches in the quarter horse dash to wrap up the day. Saturday, Silks and Roses, the only evening card for the 2026 race meet here. Saturday, Silks and Roses off from 5:10 p.m. in town. There the Will Pays. Post time for the turf will be at 5:51. They're off and sprinting. JR Jimmy. V-Sup on the extreme outside. Here's Killjoy, and right there, Sergeant Gump and Decatur Street. They're well grouped. Give me 3 steps with Rocket Hoss, and into the hands of Rodney Prescott, the last out winner. Crosstown Shootout has dropped back to last. The leader here is Killjoy. Killjoy has the speed to lead for Joseph Romero. Sergeant Gump pursues. Give me 3 steps right there in the pocket with the rail. Rocket Hoss in between horses as V-Sup is coming with a wide bid. Just over 3 furlongs to go. Crosstown Shootout is gaining on the far outside with Decatur Street, and JR Jimmy has dropped back to last. 21.40 for the lead part as Killjoy blazes the trail on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Killjoy tackled by Sergeant Gump. Right there, V-Sup on the far outside. Crosstown Shootout, and give me 3 steps charging up the rail. Top of the lane, half mile, 44.07 seconds. It's Killjoy toward the inside. Give me 3 steps in a battling run past the 16th. Sergeant Gump is now 1 pace. Decatur Street late on the scene. Not today for Crosstown Shootout. With Joseph Romero, it's Killjoy. And Killjoy has won it by just over 2. Give me 3 steps was second. Sergeant Gump third. Decatur Street fourth. 6 lengths away. All in line.
8 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I had to take a second to show you guys our QHRAI Youth Racing Experience shirts for Silks and Roses. One of my favorite interviews is to talk to the girls and guys who come and check us out. They have a wonderful scholarship program. If you have any kids of the age, please go to QHRAI to their website and you can sign them up. This is a field of 10. The AEs in this race are out 11 and 12. Decky Cannon is on the 9, and the 1 is the favorite right now. I went 2-9-1 in here. Jujubee is my top selection in this race and is sitting on the board at 7-1. Summer Polly is aboard for Richard Estefanco. Him and his wife, Christina Estefanco, owns this one with Margot Scott. 4-year-old gelding who's making his 15th lifetime start, and he's only won once. He's in a claiming for 25, which is the lowest he's been. He's in a claiming for 25, a mile and a 16th on the turf. He likes routing, and he's ran on Indiana turf. You can't see it on here, but he ran on Indiana turf back in October 6th and ended up second on our turf course at a mile. He's stretching out to a mile and a 16th here. He's got good numbers and 86 in that maiden breaking wind. So I gave Jujubee the edge here. And then the 9 is who I'm going to put in my exacta. It's 5-1 right now. This one's coming out of some pretty salty races, to be honest with you. Kick a Buck. 9 is 5-1 on the tote board. He's got Declan Cannon coming in to ride for Joe Sharp, arguably one of the hottest trainers in the country right now. This horse is making its first out of 2026. Last time this horse ran was over a year ago, June of 2025 at Aqueduct. 6 furlongs on the turf. So he's had quite a bit of time off. What was wrong with him, we're not sure. I like Decky's on. I like that he's on the turf. Joe really took his time with him. Barron Racing Stable, Dwight Barron is the owner. Shout out to them. White Birch Farm. This is a 5-year-old gelding by More Than Ready. I'll be interested to see how he goes. He looks great. I mean, in the paddock right now, you can tell he's a horse that knows what he's doing. He's moving fluidly. He's got good conformation. I mean, I can't see anything wrong with the way that horse physically looks or is moving or how it's stepping. If I was in person out there, I probably could tell you a little bit more about his hooves, but they look pretty good. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I have all of the faith in these two guys, Joe Sharp and Declan Cannon, and then now that 9 is 3-1. But let's talk about the rail, which will probably go back and forth the 1 before it's all said and done. But is it 7-2? Hyperbolize. Hyperbolize is such a good word. So is abysmal. But this one's name is not abysmal, it is hyperbolize. So Ethan West trains this one by Exaggerator. Pocket Aces is the breeder and owner of this 5-year-old gelding. Louis Contreras win yesterday, win today, looking for a double. I love their silks too, by the way. They're awesome. This horse has ran on the turf before. Let's see if I can find where this horse ran well on the turf. It was back on October 29th in 2024. Sorry, I was on my other paper. That was in a maiden claiming for 15, where this one was second by a neck. Finally broke the maiden claiming for 15 on the Poly going today's distance at Turfway. Now we're on the grass at a mile and a 16th. And was a nice third in a claiming for 30 on 2 at Churchill, which you know is tough. It was a full horse field. So coming out of that race, I think the one's going to be tough. It's just a running style that kind of, if this horse isn't involved early, I don't think it's going to do very well. Whereas I think some horses with late pace numbers might be a little bit tougher. That being said, you might want to add in the 3 Jackrabbit, has some late pace, has the highest late pace number of 101. But I'm going to go with Jujubee here. I just think Summer Polly's really got this one on lock. In the 8th race is our final thoroughbred race. We do have a quarter horse event coming up in race 9 that our beloved Martha will be going over with you. Good luck.
horses call postward now for the 8th race. This is the last of 4 today. Carter for the turf course firm here over the mile and a 16th. 10 to start. Scratch the also eligibles 11 Great Sword and 12 American Wind. Neither drew in. Scratch the 11 and the number 12. 9 Kick-a-Buck. The jockey Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides the 9. Kick-a-Buck. 10 come out tonight is a pound over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent Pentafecta featured here on the turf. This starts our final double of the day. 9th race, quarter horse allowance dash over the 350. In the finale, there are no scratches. There's one jockey change there. 9th race 1, Jess New, Edgar Diaz on 1, Jess New. Firm and fast. So now for a final time here today, crossing over to the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've run 4 on the course. It was upgraded from good to firm throughout the card. We'll close with a quarter horse allowance dash with a 350 fast track for the finale, arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading. Luis Contreras with Hyperbolize. Amir Mendoza, Giant Moon coming up. Joins Hyperbolize. Summer Pauly with Jujubee. Coming into the frame. Here over the mile and 16th. Fracture. Marcelino Peptosa Jr. on the Thursday score sheet. Micah Meeks, Jack Rabbit in. Samer Bermudez leading up Veneno Futuro. Joe Ramos with JR Sweet Feet. Drew post 8. Here 10 of them run. There's a look from above. Loading well underway. Now JR Sweet Feet takes his spot. Papiamento, Alexander Crispin has a win on the card. That leaves 2 back. Kickabuck, Declan Cannon for Joe Sharp, and Barron Racing, and 1 more. Come out tonight, Alex Achard with a win on the card. All in. Ready. And they're off. Evenly away, Jojo Bead with In Between Horses. An early bid by Papiamento. Right there is Giant Moon, who's close up as Jujubee. For Summer Pauly leads past the awning. It's Jujubee who dictates early terms to Papiamento with a Kelly Green cap. As Giant Moon angles in from third out to the stretch. And then toward the inside is Hyperbolize in the Red Silks. Joined on the outside by Fracture as these leaders go to the back of the course with Veneno Futuro just about midfield. On the outside is Come Out Tonight looking to make progress now for Alex Achard. Then comes Jack Rabbit with Kickabuck, and JR Sweet Feet has dropped back to last. Jujubee leads them up the back. The first quarter was 22.34 seconds now, and they're in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Jujubee 3/4 length to Papiamento, staying close to the front runner for Alexander Crispin. Giant Moon's in a white cap. Hyperbolize a ground-saving 4th. Fracture is 5 lengths off this leader. Then comes Veneno Futuro between horses. Jack Rabbit holds the rail there for Micah Meeks. As they round the far turn, Come Out Tonight and the Trailers kick a buck, and JR Sweet Feet remains last. Half mile 46.59. Jujubee being urged on. Papiamento now looms up. It's Jujubee who's just the leader from Papiamento as they make the swing. Hyperbolize has been saving ground. In between horses, looking to launch a bid is Veneno Futuro. Giant Moon in tight quarters. Hyperbolize was switched out, but it's now in tight quarters. This a toss-up. Here's Fracture. Here comes Kick a Buck charging. And right there is Come Out Tonight, who's battling in between horses for Alex Achard. It's Come Out Tonight emerging. Come Out Tonight on the wire. Photo finish with Fracture and nose between them. That's a close call. Kick-a-Buck was third, Hyperbolize and JR Sweet Feet. This one's up to the judges. $141.60. This is a win photograph. Hold all tickets. Photo finish. We're standing by for the judge's verdict after the turf. It was 13-1 on the 10. Come out tonight would be a double for Alex Achard. Win photo still in the judge's hands. It's come out tonight. 10-7, 9-1-5. Good finish to that. 13-1 on 10. Come out tonight. Number 7, Fracture. 9-1, just missed. At 4-1, the 9, Kick-a-Buck. Declan Cannon was third. 1, Hyperbolize. 4th and 5, Papiamento. At 7-1, into the frame for the Pentafecta. Turf double for Alex Achard here for Riley Mott, Mia Comet Farm, William Harrigan. A 13-1 for the Late Fire 5, and Saturday's an evening card from 510. Stand by for the multi-race results on the $1 Late Pick 4 and the Late Fire 5. 13-1 caps it off. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 10. Come out tonight. A turf double for Alex Achard. Come out tonight is a 3-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Demarchier. Out of the Verrazano mare Rosalita. Riley Mott trains for William Harrigan's Mia Comet Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Come Out Tonight, Edge's Fracture in a win photograph. It's official. Saturday is Silks and Roses here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the one and only evening card for the season, and we'll have a Late Fire 5 carryover. $41,767. That's a 50-cent Late Fire 5 carryover to the Saturday evening card that starts at 510. 10-cent Pentafecta paid $455.14. Papiamento ran 5th. 10-7 Exacta, $183.80. 50-cent Trifecta, $228.90. 410, last call double, $444. $2,112.70 on the $1 Itoba Late Pick 4. Hyperbolize was 4th. 10-cent Superfecta, $166.45. Pick 3, $168.25. 405 in the Late Fire 5. 405 was the consolation, producing that 50-cent Late Fire 5 carryover onto the Saturday evening card. Again, the pick 5, 4 out of 5. Paid $60.70. $41,767. How about a Saturday night Late Fire 5 carryover for Silks and Roses? 15 minutes away from the finale. 9th race quarter horse dash over the 350. 1 Jess New, Edgar Diaz rides 1 Jess New, overweights. The 2 HF Firecracker, 2 over. 3 Prime for Encore, 5 over. 6 API Matt Dove, 4 over, and 9 Mr. Blood Carver is 5 over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the quarter horse Pentafecta. Post time 6:20. Ready. And they're off. Evenly away, JoJo Bead with In Between Horses. An early bid by Papiamento. Right there is Giant Moon, who's close up as Jujubee for Summer Poli leads past the awning. It's Jujubee who dictates early terms to Papiamento with a Kelly green cap as Giant Moon angles in from third out to the stretch. Then toward the inside is Hyperbolize in the red silks. Joined on the outside by Fracture as these leaders go to the back of the course with Veneno Futuro just about midfield. On the outside is Come Out Tonight looking to make progress now for Alex Achard. Then comes Jack Rabbit with Kick-a-Buck, and JR Sweet Feet has dropped back to last. Jujubee leads them up the back. The first quarter was 22.34 seconds now, and they're in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Jujubee, 3/4 length to Papiamento, staying close to the front runner for Alexander Crispin. Giant Moon's in a white cap. Hyperbolize a ground-saving fourth. Fracture is 5 lengths off this leader. Then comes Veneno Futuro between horses. Jack Rabbit holds the rail there for Micah Meeks. As they round the far turn, Come Out Tonight and the Trellers. Kick-a-Buck and JR Sweet Feet remains last. Half mile 46.59. Jujubee being urged on. Papiamento now looms up. It's Jujubee who's just the leader from Papiamento as they make the swing. Hyperbolize has been saving ground. In between horses, looking to launch a bid is Veneno Futuro. Giant Moon in tight quarters. Hyperbolize was switched out, but it's now in tight quarters. This is a toss-up. Here's Fracture. Here comes Kick-a-Buck charging. And right there is Come Out Tonight, who's battling in between horses for Alex Achard. It's Come Out Tonight emerging. Come Out Tonight on the wire. Photo finish with Fracture and nose between them. That's a close.
Well, we are getting ready to close out the Thursday card with a really exciting quarter horse allowance. But before we talk about some of my selections, I'd love to give a shout out to trainer Tony Cunningham, who saddled yesterday's winner, a really promising 2-year-old Malibu Ken, for breeder Sherry Miller and owners Lisa Cunningham and Pam Hahn. It was a really beautiful break, and you hope for that in every race, but with the 2-year-olds, that's really special. So look for this guy in upcoming futurity trials. I think he's really got something to offer. Also, Tony Cunningham closing in, just 2 wins away from his 1,000th quarter horse training victory. I mean, such a deserving gentleman of that accolade and that honor. He is a true professional, such a hands-on horseman, and a very kind person too. I've really gotten to know him and admire him so much. All right, well, that's coming up. So good luck to Tony today, and in the next couple days, he's going to hit it pretty soon. All right, so today we have an 18,500 quarter horse allowance, 3-year-olds and up, and these are non-winners of 2 races. So let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 4, A Flair for Politics, one of the 2 entrants trained by Tim Eggleston. And this horse is gelding by Flair for Ivory, is the top earner in the field, based on his huge upset win last year in the $230,000 QHRAI Stallion Service auction futurity. He went off at 45-1, and it was a proud moment for the Harrison family and of course Tim Eggleston. And this horse actually came back this year pretty well. He ran 3rd in his Harley Green Derby trial. That was on May 14th. I like his chances under rider Eduardo Diaz. All right, we'll go next to number 7, and that's Last Game Lady, the morning line favorite, 5-year-old mare, sired by Trace No Chase. The one thing that caught me, maybe to put this mare second versus first, is the fact that she did not race at all in 2025. She didn't make a start. Then she came back off the layoff, 17-month layoff, which I think is pretty substantial, and she finished 2nd, and really nice race. Okay, don't discount it at all. And that was an allowance level also for trainer Felix Barraza. So obviously she could replicate that and come back even stronger in her 2nd race off the layoff, or you never know, maybe she just did that and expended a lot of energy and might need one more. Anyway, whatever, it's a tough handicapping choice, but I do like her, don't get me wrong. Of course, Martine Munoz, who I always talk about as one of the most underrated talents in the jockey colony here, he's got the call. So that's, a lot to think about. Never easy to narrow down a couple of your top contenders. We'll go next to number 9, and that's Mr. Blood Carver, who qualified for the 2025 Heartland Futurity last year. But I don't know, for some reason, I think he's really going to have his best year as a 3-year-old. The 2-year-old season is tough. So many futurities and a lot of pressure with the trials. And, some of them do okay, but some of them can't keep that going all year long. So anyway, it's a nice horse. Son of Apolitical Blood, trained by Tony Cunningham. I do like the fact that he drew that outside post. And I think you're going to see a pretty nice closing kick from the far outside under Danny Martinez, who was the rider on our quarter horse winner yesterday as well. All right, we'll round up my top 4 with number 2, and that's HF Firecracker, making her a mare who's making her 9th, why am I saying 19th? 9th lifetime start for trainer Jesse Vasquez. I think you just have to forgive her most recent race, which was May 13th. She was cut off out of the gate, boom, and that was it. Lost all chances. I think a clean trip for this mare by Escondido Beach puts her into the mix, and Giovanni Vasquez Gomez always rides so well for the stable. So 4-7-9-2 for me, and always looking for a long shot for our quarter horse Pentafecta, which has been paying just so handsomely the entire season. So let's take a look at number 6, and that's AP I'm That Dove, 15 to 1 in the morning line. Broker maiden here on May 21st and coming right up to the allowance level. It's not easy, but she ran a good race then. And Oscar Preciado just has done very well. The barn has done very well, getting these horses back into contention, up another level. Doesn't seem to bother them. So anyway, nice price if we can get that mare in the Pentafecta. All right, so that's it for me for today. Have a great evening, great Friday off, and we'll see you back for our Silks and Roses program Saturday. Remember, 5:10 p.m., first post, thoroughbreds, a lot of festivities, and a quarter horse race at the very end to be handicapped by me. All right.
The horses coming onto the track for the 9th race to cap off the card. Quarter horse allowance dash over the 350 yards. Fast track all 9 run. 1 Jess New leads the parade. There's the jockey change. Edgar Diaz is on 1 Jess New. Overweights the 2 HF Firecracker +2. 3 Prime for Encore 5 over. 6 AP I'm That Dove at 4 extra pounds. And the 9 Mr. Blood Carver is 5 over the weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and feature the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, and they're due at the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. AP I'm That Dove is joined zooming by Just New HF Firecracker. Prime for Encore. Last Game Lady. Here at 350 yards, fast track. A Flair for Politics. Prime for Encore, both for Tim Eggleston. Christian Penaloza with R.R. Coronado's Cash, and one more. Danny Martinez with Mr. Blood Carver. Saturday, Silks and Roses evening card from 5:10. Last of the day, here we go. Off in the Thursday finale. Just New rockets away from the rail for Edgar Diaz. It's Just New pursuing HF Firecracker with Prime for Encore on the outside. Last Game Lady is coming with a long run. Mr. Blood Carver, R.R. Coronado's Cash join in. It's Last Game Lady. Last Game Lady at the finish from Just New with Mr. Blood Carver and A Flair for Politics, Prime for Encore. Photo finish to the finale. Up to the judges. We're standing by for the result of the photos after the finale. 350 yards, fast track. Last Game Lady at 6-5 was the final favorite. Martin Minos for Felix Barazza. A CTS Stables win. .093 the final. Fast track 18.093 seconds. It's gone to Last Game Lady. It's a Felix Barazza 1-2. 7 Last Game Lady first, 2 number 1. Just New was second. Both for Felix Barazza. Third to the number 9, Mr. Blood Carver. And it's a dead heat for fourth between 2 HF Firecracker and the 4 A Flair for Politics. The 2 and the 4 in a dead heat for fourth. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, and it's official. The 7 Last Game Lady with Martin Minos. Last Game Lady is a 5-year-old bay mare by Tres Noches. Out of the Game Patriot mare, Juanita's Last Game. Last Game Lady leads home a Felix Barazza 1-2 with Just New. Official. There was a dead heat for fourth. Multi-race wagers. 50-cent pick 3, capped off by Last Game Lady, paid $78.55. 7-1, that Felix Barraza. Exacta, $28.50 trifecta, $29.95. 10-7 double, $41. Couple of winning superfecta and pentafecta pays. Fourth was a dead heat between the 2 and the 4. 2 payouts for the superfecta and pentafecta. 18.093 seconds fast track. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Hello to all watching us there on YouTube. Next live race card, well, that'll be on Saturday. It's the only evening card here at the 2026 race meet. It's Silks and Roses, an evening dedicated to the ladies in racing. And also as part of the night, a 50-cent late fire 5 carryover. $41,767. Low 11.99% takeout. We'll be back on Saturday night. Races 4 through 8 on the card will feature a late fire 5 carryover in excess of $41,000. No live racing on Friday. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. First floor OTB. Railbird's Gift Shop open this season on the first floor. Until next time, and that's Silks and Roses Saturday night. It's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth here today. From Horseshoe Indianapolis for now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Just New rockets away from the rail for Edgar Diaz. It's Just New pursuing HF Firecracker with Prime for Encore on the outside. Last Game Lady is coming with a long run. Mr. Blood Carver, RR Cardinals Cash join in. It's Last Game Lady. Last Game Lady at the finish from Just New.